Namaste, Namaskar, Adab, Shubho Shakal, Salam, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Harpreet Kaur, the Business and Human Rights Specialist at the UNDP's Bangkok Regional Hub, and with me I have...
Hi everyone, this is Syed Niaz. I'm from Better Bangladesh program, ILO Dhaka.
And we're going to be the host for the forum for the 3 days, and other colleagues will be joining us today. Good morning, everyone, again, and thank you so much for joining us today. Niaz, do you want to...
Right, so before we proceed, I wanted to go a little bit with the housekeeping. So as you can see, the middle there, as you can see where I'm beckoning towards. So that door and the door at the end will be used as our exits. Please be reminded that we have some translation/interpretation device just by the side of the middle exit. If you need to access those, please reach out to our volunteer colleagues. This has Nepali to English and English to Nepalis. And last but not least, we will be a little bit time conscious and respectful of the time. We will have tea break and lunch break. So we are requesting very, very humbly if we can all come back on time. That will help us keep it very, very smoothly running. So at this point, I'm going to request my colleague Harpreet, if you can help us walk through and little bit give us an idea why we are all here today.
Sure. Thanks, Niaz. Amy, if you could have the presentation also up. I'm actually very delighted to see the room full here. It was in 2019 that we started the first inaugural UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights in New Delhi, around the same dates, and we've only had some 200 people in the room. That was also the pre-COVID, so there was not really a Zoom and sort of virtual participation. So the first South Asia Forum was in Delhi, in India in 2019. Then we had the second one, which actually had to happen here in this very room, had to be canceled because of the COVID. But then in 2021, we had the South Asia Forum online. And the last year, the South Asia Forum was in Bangladesh, Dhaka, where we organized the South Asia Forum, third South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. This fourth South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights, workers and employers in the changing world, has 1,600 people registered, and of which 66% are represented from South Asia. So it's really great to see the momentum and how the momentum has strengthened just in these couple of years. So it's great to see all of you here in the room. So we have 1,600 people registered for the forum, representing 70 plus organizations from 80 plus countries. So many of you are here in the room, but we also have colleagues and participants who are joining us online. So thank you everyone for joining us today. Niaz, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Harpreet. That does put an inspirational tone for the entire day. So I have the pleasure to run us through the day's agenda for day one. So we will start with an inauguration and keynote address session. We will have Ms. Hana Singar Hamdi, UN resident Nepal, Coordinator Nepal, with us for her welcoming remarks. We have Sankar Das Boiragi, Chief Secretary, Government of Nepal, for his opening remarks, and of course we will have Ms. Pichamon Yefontang, Chair, UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, for her keynote address. After that, we're going to have like one high-level opening plenary session on workers and employers in Asia, progress, challenges, and opportunities. We will go for lunch at around 12:30. We are still hoping that we can make it by time. And after lunch at 13:30, we will have Global Supply Chains Plenary based on strengthening resilience in Asia supply chains. Very important. And we will have a tea break at 2:45. And when we come back at 3:15, we're going to have two simultaneous sessions. One is government action on promoting responsible business in South Asia, and another one happening simultaneously, young workers and the future of work. Very, very important two sessions. At the end of the day, at 4:30, we will have Indigenous people's experience with business and human rights cases in South Asia. Last but not least, that's very also critically important. So that will be the end of the day for today.
Thanks, Niaz. In fact, it's really great because I think in the morning we're going to start with challenges and opportunities, but we will also hear some cases and some case studies, and we'll have people representing their experiences here in the end. So I think that's a really good agenda. I would also like to let you know that there are no printed copies of the agenda. There are standees outside where you can read the day's agenda, but there's also a QR code which you can scan at any point of time and see the full agenda as well. And with that, it is in fact a pleasure to be co-organizing. You know, this is the South Asia Forum is being co-organized by the 5 UN agencies: UN Development Program, International Labour Organization, IOM, OHCHR, and the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. And on behalf of the UN agencies, we would like to invite the UN Resident Coordinator Designate, Hannah Singer-Hamdi, to give the welcome remarks on behalf of the co-organizing agencies. Hannah, can you please be on the stage? Thank you.
Higher, but it's okay. Namaste. Chief Secretary of the Government of Nepal, Mr. Shankar, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is absolutely my honor to welcome you today to the 4th UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. Thank you to all of you, distinguished guests, panelists, partners, and participants for joining us here in our beloved Kathmandu. What a pleasure for me to welcome you on behalf of UNDP, ILO, IOM, UNHCR, and the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights, alongside numerous partner organizations, including UNICEF, which have all come together to co-organize this forum. I wish to also express my sincere gratitude to the governments of Sweden, Switzerland, Japan, Norway, and Germany, as well as the European Union, without whom our deliberations over the next 3 days would not have been possible. We have come a long way since the inaugural UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights in 2019. Oh my God, how our lives have changed since that time. In the years since, we have not only seen a stronger attention to the agenda from an ever-increasing and diverse group of stakeholders, but also a real evolution in the nature of our discussions. Just a few, in this region, this is now a historical opportunity time for deliberations on business and human rights. Why? Just a couple of weeks ago, I attended the Least Development Conference 5 in Doha, together with the delegation of the Nepali government. Together with the governments of Bangladesh and Laos, we contemplated on the unique challenges faced by the LDCs on the road to prosperity and inclusive development. And there is no doubt of the importance of trade and the private sector being part of the solution of these challenges. As South Asia brands itself as an attractive destination for trade and investment, it also gives the opportunity to reconfigure the region's economy to one which not only performs well financially, but one that does so without harming people or harming our planet. The UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, which were unanimously endorsed by the Human Rights Council in June 2011, are an essential part of the UN human rights norms and standards, aiming to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights obligations. The guiding principles provide a pathway to build an inclusive and sustainable economy. These guiding principles can be used as a compass by states and businesses so that in this region we make meaningful strides in promoting business respect for human rights. And even beyond this, that we ensure access to effective remedy for business-related human rights abuses. I am happy to see many businesses have embraced the SDGs, and various platforms and initiatives have emerged to harness the power of business in realizing them. We've seen demonstrated leadership from companies in seeking more sustainable business models, reducing their carbon footprint, and implementing programs to protect workers and communities. These developments are recognition of a new paradigm of pluralistic governance in which Milton Friedman's old adage, and that is business of business is business, no longer holds. Respecting human rights is not just a moral imperative. It has also become an economic imperative. While we celebrate progress, we must also highlight and recognize the continuing breaches of human rights, labor rights abuses, sexual harassment and discrimination at the workplace, and environmental pollution linked to global supply chains are still rampant. Structural inequality and discriminatory norms means that often those most marginalized are most at risk of human rights abuses and are excluded from the formal economy. South Asian women share a common experience of being confined to the lowest rung in the value chain. Across the region, the nature of women's work remains largely informal, with significant gender wage gaps. The structural subjugation of women has effectively barred women from entering, staying, and growing in the market economy. Gender equality is a goal in its own right, but also a central force for realizing the transformative promise of the Agenda 2030. Promoting women's economic empowerment is both an enabler and a prerequisite for reaching the ambitious targets to set out in the Agenda 2030. Workers in the informal sector, often women, persons with disability, indigenous people, and others from marginalized backgrounds, lack protection of basic rights and protection, earn less, face job insecurity, endure worse working conditions, lack of safety and health measures, and have limited access to social protection. You all know that. COVID-19 has showed us that countries lacking comprehensive social protection systems and high level of informality were less equipped to handle the economic and social impact of the crisis. So the transition and maintenance of business in the formal sector or the formal economy will provide gains for all. Workers will have improved access to labor rights, working conditions and essential services. Businesses will have improved access to support services, finance and markets, and governments will be able to implement better monitoring and the compliance mechanism to prevent and remedy the abuses of human rights. We cannot speak of business and human rights without touching on the lived realities and rights of the indigenous communities across the globe and in this region. These communities are rich in traditional skills and have intricate knowledge of sustainable and nature-based livelihood options. As we face the triple planetary crisis, it is them to whom we should turn to to better understand how to build a more sustainable future. But the marginalization of indigenous people has meant that this knowledge is not valued, and we have created barriers in their access of natural resources and economic opportunities. It is imperative that we adhere to free, prior, and informed consent, EPIC as they call it, a key human rights principle that requires businesses and governments to consult with indigenous peoples before undertaking projects that may affect them. Because we know that indigenous people are often disproportionately affected by the development projects. In line with the guiding principles, there is a corporate responsibility to respect the human rights of indigenous population and for all states to protect the rights of indigenous people against business-related human rights abuses. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, going forward, we need ambition and faster pace. People and our planet cannot wait. We don't have another planet to go to. We must take more decisive steps and bring together with us, and together we become together agents of change. All stakeholders in South Asia have a role to play in promoting greater business respect for human rights. The road ahead is will no doubt present us with more hurdles and unexpected challenges. But if we adhere to these guiding principles, increase our ambition, and place people at the center of our efforts, we can weather this storm together. And we have to. And yes, we can, and yes, can do, and yes, must do in order to ensure the survival of our planet. I wish you all a successful deliberation and look forward for the continued engagement during the 4th UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. Thank
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was the welcoming remarks from Ms. Hana Singer-Hamdi, UN Resident Coordinator, Nepal. You talked about economic growth, economic imperative, and human rights, and very importantly, a vision that can hold all of this together. It doesn't have to be either way. So that's a very, very good inspirational note that you started the 3 days forum, and also, I think, going forward. So thank you for that, ma'am. At this point, for the opening remarks, I have the honor to welcome Mr. Shankar Das Boiragi, Chief Secretary, Government of Nepal, to come onto the stage, please, for his opening remarks. Can we have a round of applause, please, for him? Please, thank you. And if it's okay with you, I'm gonna take it out. It's a bit of a distraction.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, UN Resident Coordinator Designate, Madam. I also acknowledge the presence of Chairperson of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, senior officials of the Government of Nepal, members of Human Rights Commission, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar, good morning. What a distinct pleasure to be part of this important opening session of the 4th UN Human Rights South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. Allow at the outset me to extend my warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates in Kathmandu. I trust you are having a pleasant stay in Nepal. Let me also thank the UNDP, the ILO, the IOM, and the OHCHR, as well as the United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights for hosting this event in Kathmandu. I welcome their thoughtful decision to select Kathmandu as a venue for the 4th session. Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights. Through this landmark document, the international community came together in making a solemn commitment to universal human rights. Over the years, the international legal regime on human rights has become more robust. The core instruments have further consolidated the rights and also shaped the obligation of the states and other stakeholders. In realizing those human rights, all must synchronize their efforts, their resolve, join their hands, and complement their efforts. In this regard, the business sector has an important role to play for human rights, for the triple responsibility of protection, of respect, and of remedy. True, the states are the primary custodian of human rights. Governments have onus to honor human rights as well as to create an enabling environment. However, the business community is an equally significant pillar in human rights architecture. Without the business sector shouldering the burden, the entire edifice of human rights risks a rupture. The private entities as employers are in a position to directly affect the enjoyment of human rights. The business sector's role is more pronounced in realizing economic, social, and cultural rights, be it basic rights to food or social protection, be it rights to decent housing or adequate health care. The influential position of the business community in the social fabric also implores a robust mechanism for accountability, a robust check against infringement of rights. In this context, the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights provide a good framework. Though this may not be a legally binding instrument, it provides us with a blueprint to guide our action. Dear participants, honoring human rights is not just the right thing to do from a moral point of view. It is also a prudent choice that makes economic sense. By addressing people's grievances, reducing social, political, and economic tension, and ensuring full participation, the society and economy both become vibrant. This is also crucial for inclusive economic growth. A disgruntled workforce and deceived customers can eventually ensue in the erosion of trust in business, can ensue a dent in economic profit, and tarnish corporate reputation. People cannot be pushed behind profits. Rights cannot be relegated below revenues. Sustainability cannot be shelved behind spreadsheets. We cannot afford to have human rights as mere footnotes in our business practices. Going beyond tokenism, it is a must that the business sector sets an admirable benchmark in respecting human rights. Going beyond the voluntary nature of corporate social responsibility, it is a must that the corporate sector incorporates a right-based approach in the very core of its behavior. This is also crucial for realizing sustainable development goals and ensuring planetary sustainability. Distinguished guests, as a party to 7 out of 9 core human rights instruments, Nepal is committed to upholding its human rights obligations. Our Constitution has provided an elaborate guidepost for fundamental rights, including socio-economic and cultural rights. As an elected member of the UN Human Rights Council, we are also determined to strengthen the international regime for human rights. In localizing the human rights commitments, we have also made the stakeholders, including the business sector, responsible for their implementation. This is being done by guaranteeing labor rights, consumer rights, rights of non-discrimination, and rights of minorities, among others. A plan of action on business and human rights is also being drafted with the strong participation of different stakeholders. We count on the support of all stakeholders, including the business sector as well as the international community, to consolidate these efforts and realize our commitments. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of work remains uncertain for many in our region, requiring open, often painful and shaky transitions. With the emergence of the platform, like gig economy, many workers, including those in South Asia, risk falling into the cracks not covered by human rights protection. The large informal sector in developing economies also necessitate targeted protection. Further, migrant workers must have access to fundamental rights, human rights, and essential labor rights. As we are headed for a recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, it is also important to ensure a resilient recovery that fosters job creation and promotes decent jobs, that deals with the gender wage gap, that deals with reducing the occupational segregation, and that increases the participation of the furthest behind. For this, putting people at the front and at the center of business is a sine qua non. It is also important to address structural inequalities which have directly affronted human rights. The task ahead calls for collective action. The level of commitment displayed once again in this forum will be instrumental and will be encouraging us in confronting the challenges together. Finally, I wish you all a very successful deliberation and look forward to continuing engagement during the 4th UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. I thank you all. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you, Mr. Bairagi. In fact, sustainability cannot be set behind the spreadsheets. Human rights cannot be footnote, and no more tokenism. In some ways, you've really helped us set the context for the next 3 days forum. So thank you for summing that up for us. And with that, I would like to invite, I would like to invite Dr. Pichamon Yopantong, who's the chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, to deliver the keynote address. Pichamon, please.
Namaste, good morning, everyone. It is such a privilege to be standing here and to be following from 2 very energizing sets of remarks. Indeed, both of your remarks have already set the tone, I think, very well for this forum and what's to come. And so what I will be saying shortly will be repeating and emphasizing some of those core messages that we just heard. But I also wanted to take a step back and provide a broader reflection for why we are all here today. But before then, please allow me to really thank all of the co-organizers for putting together this forum. Indeed, it has been spectacular to witness how the South Asia Forum has effloresced over time. And indeed, it really underscores how the language of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights are now reaching almost every part of the world. And indeed, to see all of the faces here in this room today gives me much hope for optimism that together we can work together and move the needle when it comes to the business and human rights agenda. And indeed, central to all of the discussions on business and human rights must be an appreciation of why human rights matter so much. And indeed, on the 10th of December this year, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights will be celebrating its 75th anniversary. And I think that gives us good cause to pause and to think about what has been done, what more needs to be done, and how we can work together to fulfill that collective vision. So I would like to just share with you some stories that I've recently encountered during the course of my travels as part of my work as a UN Working Group member. I met with a community who was suffering from water contamination issues, which meant that the water that they had to rely upon was not really potable. It wasn't fit for drinking. Community members made it very clear when they messaged us to say that the reality is we are drinking poison on a daily basis. In another set of conversations that I recently had, I spoke with another community who were facing the impacts of a large-scale development project. That community was also very clear in the message that they wanted to send across to us. They said, "We are currently being made poor within our own community. We are being put into poverty, despite the fact that we have lived in this community for so long and we have been able to thrive for so long." And then the final quick anecdote that I wanted to share with you concerns another community that has been impacted by pesticide contamination. And as a result of the contamination, as you can imagine, there were profound impacts on their food security. Upon speaking to the company involved, the company, however, declared that, well, sacrifices have to be made. And it's unfortunate that this community has to face what they're currently facing, but the fact of the matter is, we are responsible for feeding the whole world. Our agricultural production is necessary because we feed the whole world. Now, let me just be very upfront to you about this, but the company in question was not involved in agricultural production per se. They were involved in producing cotton, which is not necessarily feeding the whole world. But what I wanted to really, convey through those three anecdotes, albeit brief, and I understand I'm not providing you with much context, is the fact that there is something wrong here. There seems to be still a really yawning gap between what we say on paper and what happens in practice. But it is also the case that it would appear that there are still people out there, there are stakeholders out there who still do not understand what is so wrong about inequality and what is so wrong about injustice, and why protecting human rights is, as was mentioned earlier, so integral, not just to economic activity, but equally to ensuring inclusive societies. And indeed, I believe speaking to vast audiences across the Asia Pacific, I still hear skepticism about human rights. People still say, for instance, that you can only have rights if they're given to you. There is no such thing as universal human rights. And while such skepticism may have some reason to them, it is the reality that we do not acquire human rights in the same way as you buy clothing. It is not something that you can give or take away from anyone. We are all born with human rights, as we are all born equal and free, and we all deserve to be treated with dignity and with respect. And this is not a Western intellectual construct. In fact, this line of reasoning can be found here in the rich traditions of South Asia. You can find it even in the ancient Vedic texts, for example. And human rights is as much about the community as it is about the individual. And what I personally admire about what I see in South Asia is the value of community and how people here also value very much the environment that they live within. But of course, we cannot thrive as a community if people within our community are being endangered, mistreated, or left behind. Again, there is as much a social and policy imperative as there is an economic one. Certainly, if we look at the workers who are the backbone of both the formal and informal economies that we see here in South Asia, but indeed in the Asia Pacific more broadly, these are the people who need protection. It's also the women. It's also the indigenous peoples. It is everyone here in this room today. And we must protect the present in order to secure our future. Because at the end of the day, sustainable development, as all of you, I am sure, am aware, is predicated upon the protection of the human rights of all peoples. Protecting and respecting human rights cannot be just about giving resources or material goods to people, however. It must, as Nobel Prize winning laureate Amartya Sen has put it, it must also be about developing people's capabilities to develop freely. This is, of course, the core idea behind the concept of human development. And as was already mentioned as well, for this reason, the business and human rights agenda cannot just focus on corporate social responsibility. It cannot just focus on charitable giving. It must go beyond that. We must also focus on developing capacity. And with that, I want to acknowledge as well the very real challenges that businesses face when it comes to ensuring that they have the capacity and the know-how to implement human rights due diligence. And I'm thinking here, of course, of the specific challenges faced by micro, small, and medium enterprises that are so integral to the economies that we see here, especially in South Asia. And so what this really underscores is the need for a collective language, a collective understanding, and indeed for collective action. And this is what the UN Guiding Principles provide. They provide a common platform for understanding as well as for action. As was also mentioned previously, it is about not just ticking boxes, it's about changing mindsets, about communicating to not just the people next to you in the room today, but to those outside the room, that the UN Guiding Principles is not something to be feared. It is supposed to be a moral compass that helps us to become better, to do better, and to achieve more together. And of course, we also know that when it comes to real change, it takes time. It is incremental, and it's not always the case that we can measure real transformation by just ticking boxes in a monitoring and evaluation form. And so what I'm saying here is that we need to invest. We need to invest in the future by focusing on building and strengthening the business and human rights community that we see here today. We need to talk with each other constructively. We need to forge relationships in a multi-stakeholder fashion, and we need to learn from each other and value each other's insights genuinely. And this is where listening to governments, listening to businesses, listening to human rights defenders and Indigenous peoples becomes so important to ensuring that the business and human rights agenda, and indeed the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles, is an inclusive process and one that takes into account the intersectionality of people's experiences. And of course, after saying all of this, I know, again, that there are sizable challenges when it comes to the road ahead. I know that there are challenges in relation to climate change and environmental degradation. I know that mandatory human rights due diligence is still a scary concept for many people here in this region. I know that there are issues when it comes to global supply chains, regulating them, ensuring that migrant workers are being treated with dignity, ensuring that the informal economy is also being regulated in a way that respects human rights. And I know there are also fundamental structural issues when it comes to breaking down silos and ensuring policy coherence at the national, regional, and international levels. But I know also that you'll be thinking and hearing a lot about all of these challenges over the course of the next couple of days. So instead, what I want to focus on in the final minutes of my remarks is to focus your attention on the reason for why we are all gathered here today. And really, it is to protect human rights, to ensure that all of us in this room, governments, businesses, and us as individuals are part of the solution. I know it's a thankless job many times, and it's extremely difficult, but it is certainly worth it. The work you all do in this space will help to change lives, and for many of you, the work you're already doing is already changing lives. By working on business and human rights, on implementing and promoting the UN Guiding Principles, you give hope to people by amplifying their voices, by paying attention to the egregious issues that they face on a daily basis, and you provide them or help provide them with the capabilities to defend themselves and to know that as fellow human beings, their lives and the lives of their loved ones, of their families, of their communities are valued. And so again, I want to emphasize that human rights must be collectively owned and defended, and likewise the UN guiding principles must be collectively owned and safeguarded by governments, by businesses, and by society. We need to draw on our collective experiences and insights. We need to ensure that older generations chart a pathway forward, and that the younger generation provide us with the energy and the ingenuity to ensure that we are pioneering and embarking upon this path together. And so altogether, thank you so much again for being here, for providing the working group with this opportunity to address all of you, for taking the time and effort as well to be leaders and change makers in your respective industries and sectors. I hope that together we can act fearlessly and with integrity, but also let us harness the femininity of power, as a colleague was saying earlier, but also the humanity of power, so that we together can demonstrate the power of humanity. With that, thank you so much again for your time and attention. I very much look forward to hearing all of your interventions over the course of the forum, and together the working group looks forward to working with all of you to advance business and human rights. Thank you again.
Thank you so very much. That was Dr. Pechemoniye Fontang with her keynote address, who's a chair, UN Working Group on Business Human Rights. Thank you, Dr. Fontang. The reflection and the reality checks that you just helped us really kind of envision, and you also gave us some ideas like how to unpack more and more for that collective and shared responsible vision. And I think we are gonna holding on to something that you just said, maybe next 3 days, paper to practice. Very, very important. So something that maybe next 3 days, if we can hold on to that idea, like these all articulated ideas need to be there, adding values and differences in actual people's lives, so then all the conversations can become extremely effective. So thank you very, very much for that. Before we move on to the next plenary session, I'm gonna be requesting all our 3 speakers to kindly stand at the front for maybe a group photograph, and I'm requesting my colleague Harpreet to help us with that. If we can have the photographer, please. Thank you, speakers. Thank you so very much. So at this point, we will go to the high-level opening plenary, Workers and Employers in Asia, Progress, Challenges, and Opportunities. So for that, I'm going to be requesting our panel speakers, one by one. I'm requesting all of them to come onto the stage. Starting with Ms. Annie Khan, Asia Regional Manager, Business and Human Rights Resource Center. Hi, Annie, if we can have you onto the stage, please. Ms. Aruna Joshi, Joint Secretary, Law and Human Rights, Office of the Prime Minister, Government of Nepal. Ms. Joshi, if we can have you onto the stage, please. We also have with us Mr. Johan Enerbach, Second Secretary, Political Affairs, India, Nepal, and Bhutan, Embassy of Sweden based in New Delhi. Hi, Johan. Okay, thank you. We have someone joining virtually for the panel discussion. We have Vajira Elipola, Director General and Chief Executive Officer, the Employers Federation of Ceylon. Hi, Mr. Vajira, if I have not butchered your name. So thank you for being here. And of course, last but not least, to moderate the session and help us navigate that conversation, I have my colleague, Dr. Harpreet Kaur, Business and Human Rights Specialist, UNDP Asia Pacific, to help us moderate that discussion. Harpreet, if it's all right with you, I'm going to hand it over to you now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks, Niaz. And actually, before I start, I'm also just conscious that we're kind of running about 25 minutes behind. So I'm going to start with, requesting all my panelists to also be brief, but we would try and take only about 15 minutes from your lunchtime, and I hope you can still have enough time to have lunch. So thank you very much, and thanks, Niaz, for handing it over to me. We, South Asians, represent 1/4 of the world's population, over 2 billion people, with a median age of 27.6. The countries in the sub-region have demonstrated economic strength, resilience to environment, climate and financial shocks, as well as economic and social progress. Bangladesh and Nepal are due to graduate from least developing countries group in 2026. South Asia's GDP increased on an average by 5.8% annually during the last 2 decades, which has been, which has not happened in any other region or sub-region in the world in the last 2 decades. So what we hear is that we are making progress on all of these economic, the economic front, social and other development indicators. However, these successes have not been shared proportionately within the countries in the sub-region, but also within the people in the sub-region. The very workers who are fueling our economy continues to face challenges. The conditions are often characterized by a common thread of informality, working modalities that strip access to rights, or social protection, labor rights abuses, and risk of losing their job and income. The workers are also facing additional challenges stemming from intersectionality, gender, sexual orientation, their nationality, ethnicity, religion, and their physical condition. And all of these different identities, or what we call as intersectionality, exacerbates the marginalization and inequalities that they face. The high-level opening plenary today will explore the linkages between workers and business and human rights agenda, but also sustainable development, and identify gaps and potential solutions. And to discuss that, I'm joined by a very, very impressive panel here. So thank you for joining us today. Arnaji, I'm going to start with you. I was just saying how South Asia is making huge progress. We have 2 countries that are going to graduate from the least developing country status in 2026. What do you think are the unique strengths that South Asian economies bring? What do you think are the reasons that South Asia has been able to make this progress despite the challenges that we are facing? And if you could please keep your answers to 4 minutes, that'd be great. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Definitely, Nepal is graduating from LDC status in 2026. Graduation is definitely a remarkable milestone paved by the socio-economic progress Nepal has achieved so far. But we are also aware that graduation comes with a lot of challenges. We might lose huge portion of aid, preferential trade treatment, market access, other trade facilities, concession, and support from international organizations and communities. We are receiving to overcome challenges related to the development. Nevertheless, we will manage to be within the status of graduation, exploring and harnessing the economic strength of our, especially I'm focusing on Nepal, and the situation is very similar to the other nations of South Asia. And we will mitigate and overcome the challenges. So at the moment, we need to explore more exporters' capabilities, diversify our export products, markets, simplify and streamline our we need to attract more, foreign direct investments and other. But still, within this situation, I perceive there are so many factors which can be considered as a strength of Nepal, as similar to the other nations in South Asia. So in case of Nepal, it's a geographical location between two very big economies itself is a strength. And agriculture, forestry, natural resources and minerals available in Nepal, hydropower and other energy, alternate energy, tourism, and some manufacturing industries, basically agro-industries and trade. We can increase in export, diversify our exporting goods, and also demographic dividend. Because we are in a phase that our human resources, basically working population is a major portion population of Nepal, and provided with the robust and affordable education and healthcare system, more independent and income generating age group people can be utilized to more productive and sustainable sectors of the economy, which I believe these are equally applicable for most of the countries in the South Asia region. And also in South Asia, we do have SAFTA, South Asian Free Trade Area. So we have to strengthen SAFTA to boost up our economies. The member countries should go hand in hand, supporting each other to strengthen the economy, have more trading, sharing experiences, good practices, learning from each other, and moving ahead would be beneficial for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Arunaji. In fact, you really raised some important points about that this graduation is coming, but this is not just the opportunities, there are also the challenges that the countries will have to face, and many of the countries have faced in the past as well. And I think one of the things that you also mentioned is, how we have to diversify our export products, how do we have to also sort of engage with the businesses that we need to engage with, especially as we are graduating from the LDC. But this is not just about, Nepal or Bangladesh that are graduating, it's also about, in South Asia, what businesses are doing and the role that businesses are playing currently. So if I could actually move, if I could just really ask this question to Mr. Vajirao, who's joining us online. Mr. Vajirao, can you explain or sort of, reflect on what you think has been the role of businesses, particularly in this remarkable economic development that we just discussed in South Asia? But also, what are some of the ways that businesses in South Asia are promoting responsible business conduct and the challenges that they're facing currently? The floor is yours.
Thank you. At the outset, let me state that I'm pleased to speak at the 4th UN South Asian Forum on Business and Human Rights, representing International Organization of Employers, South Asian Employers, and of course, my organization, the Employers Federation of Ceylon. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I must say, when you look at the South Asian economies, if you specifically look at the South Asian region, the recent development in the South Asian region is indicative of the energy use, gross capital formation, and remittances have been the main drives of the economic growth in South Asia. We have seen the growth projected as an average, as was mentioned earlier, at 5.8% in 2022, which was around 7.8% in 2021. When you look at the South Asian region, region's largest economy undoubtedly is India. India's export and service sector has recorded more strongly than the world average when you look at the recent past indicators. In the case of India, they were able to, because of the foreign reserves, it served as a buffer for external shocks that we experienced in the recent past across the world and also the region. In terms of Maldives and Nepal, the return of tourism is helping the drive growth in these two areas. Of course, the dynamism in the service sector in both countries are also relevant in relation to the economic growth in South Asia. In the case of Sri Lanka, it combined effects of COVID, high commodity prices, and debt and depleting foreign reserves saw the worst economic crisis in its history. and it was grappling with a lot of issues as had been seen, I think, over the media. And that was a kind of a situation which has never been experienced when it came to Sri Lanka. However, the situation has improved, and we see improvement in the tourism sector, and also the remittances improving and giving some sort of consolation to the crisis that Sri Lanka has gone through. If I may also touch on Pakistan, the high commodity prices and depleting reserves and the devastating floods brought uncertainty to Pakistan as well. And in the case of Bangladesh, government, industry, and the remittances had stood strongly for Bangladesh economy. So this is the kind of a snapshot of the regional economic development, and we can strongly say the South Asian region has been the focal point and the focus in the economic growth in the recent past, and which I believe the momentum will continue in the future as well. But I would like to highlight some challenges that the South Asian countries will see in the economic growth. One of the main challenges that I see is the limited business integration with each other. The South Asian countries, we tend to have a limited business integration, and unless the trade barriers are eliminated, that will have a kind of a impact on the growth of the South Asian countries. And if this can be addressed, I think the South Asian economy has an untapped potential and can do wonders in its economy. South Asian nations have to forego historical and geographical differences that they have if we are to forge ahead and move into the challenges and benefit from the best opportunity the South Asian region has received. Political uncertainty, bureaucratic red tape, security concerns, and the historical and geographical differences, as I did mention, are some of the concerns or the challenges that the South Asian region has. Moving on to the second part of the question that was referred with regard to promotion of responsible business in the South Asian region, I believe commitment to maintain international standards is something that we have seen in the South Asian region. There have been more focus on compliance and the legal standards. Those are the developments that we see taking place in the South Asian region, promoting responsible business conduct. Another aspect is the environmental concerns. I think never in the history we have seen the environmental concerns that have been focused so much in the world, and of course specifically in the region as well. The businesses focusing more on environment is something high in their agenda. Of course, as we did mention, what is on paper and what is in practice is something that we need to focus and apply when it comes to commitment on the part of the businesses. Sustainability is something that has been high on the agenda, again, I must say, in the South Asian businesses. Specific roles have been identified and specific units in organizations we see in Sri Lanka actually focus on sustainability being part of the agenda that has been incorporated into the organizational policy. And along with that, concentration on sustainable awards and mechanism that is being introduced in the corporate sector. Gender equality, eradication of child and forced labor, promotion of OSH, these are some of the areas that the South Asian business have been focusing on in the recent past. With that, let me also highlight few examples that we did focus or did actually experience in the recent past.
And
I think
Sneha,
as we
if
all
sorry,
know,
if I could just interrupt,
yes,
I'm sorry, but
yeah,
if you could just maybe, try and wrap up the first response in about a minute, and then
yeah,
we'll
just
of course come back to
yeah,
you. But
I'm
thank you
just
so much.
wrapping up just 1 minute just to focus on the Sri Lankan context, what we went through during the crisis and how the, I believe the responsible business conduct came into operation. With the crisis, there was a huge impact on the lives of the people, and the companies went to the extent of providing, especially the export sector companies, solar panels, and also the electric bicycles for them to kind of return to work. Because of the crisis, they had a huge issue with the transport, and also the some of the employees who were with the increase in the prices, they went to the extent of delivering rations and giving gift vouchers for them. Well, they are mindful of that these cannot be a kind of one-off thing, but it has to be built into the system or the genes of the corporate sector, and a culture needs to be built. So I will stop at that. That is the kind of, I think, the approach that needs to be taken in the corporate sector in the South Asia region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vajra, and my sincere apologies for interrupting, but I've been given a very hard task of making sure that everybody gets to eat here on time. And thank you for highlighting, particularly the challenges that the South Asian businesses are facing, but also the contribution that they have made in ensuring and improving the lives of people. And I think one of the key important things that you also mentioned is about that we don't have to just now focus on the people, but also planet and environment and sustainability are becoming more and more prominent agendas for all of us to manage and for all of us to address now. You also mentioned that the businesses have to let go of the geographic, but also sort of the historical differences that we've had. I kind of feel like, that's a lesson for all of us. It's not just the businesses, but all the stakeholders, all the different stakeholders present here, but, stakeholders in South Asia. I think we kind of need to move on from the historical and the geographical differences that we have had and really sort of see how, as a sub-region, we can come together and build this, progress together as well. Annie, I'm going to turn on to you because, we've heard in some ways, how, we heard sort of the voices from the government, from the businesses, but also sort of in terms of looking at, how these different countries are making progress. So in view of these economic tailwinds, to what extent do you think workers have benefited from this economic development? If you could also highlight different, bringing in different aspects, that'd be great. Thanks, Annie.
Thank you, Harpreet. Good morning, everyone. So I think we've talked a lot about this LDC graduation. We've talked a lot about the economic growth that the region has faced over the years, which is great to see. But I think it's important to also evaluate, what is impacting workers directly. When we think of economic growth, we think of increase in jobs. But I think, economic growth does not necessarily translate into more and better jobs, especially for the poor, the vulnerable, marginalized communities, and those at risk of being left behind. Economic growth is a prerequisite for increasing productive employment, and increased employment opportunities should mean that workers too should benefit, for example, by lifting themselves out of poverty and their families as well. However, as we've seen in countries with a small formal economy, like the countries in South Asia, where men and women work for long hours, often in arduous conditions, workers are simply not able to earn enough to progress financially and come out of poverty. So we need to pay particular attention to this and the reasons why. In some of the work we do at the Resource Center, which is focused on migration, and Nepal is a country where most of the workers or many workers choose to migrate for work abroad. We need to focus on, despite the fact that there is economic development in the country, why are workers still choosing to go abroad? And I think one of the factors is the fact that economic development often happens at the city level and not really at the district level or outside of the city. So the growth that we're seeing, is often in the larger cities, but those opportunities don't reach the village level or the district level. And I think that's something that we should also study as well. So now to the second part about kind of the socioeconomic impacts. OECD analysis shows that reducing income inequality actually boosts economic growth. So there's a major connection there. This is proven by the fact where when we look at countries where income inequality is decreasing, economic growth is actually faster than those countries where there's rising inequality. The single biggest impact on growth from ILO studies, OECD studies, is the widening gap between the lower middle class and poor households compared to the rest of society. So there's growing consensus that when we assess economic performance, we shouldn't focus solely on income growth, but also take into account income distribution. That's equally important. And just to highlight, the impact on workers. So while workers, in theory, should benefit from economic growth, they might, see more opportunities for jobs. We need to look at the role that worker rights and worker well-being plays. Worker rights have a direct effect on how economic resources at the company level are distributed, and thus an indirect impact on the economy-wide distribution of national income. In either of those cases, better worker rights should lead to more equitable distribution of income. And just a last point maybe on the intersectionality of gender as well. We know that men and women bring different skills and perspectives into the workplace, including different attitudes to risk and collaboration. Therefore, encouraging a gender balance at work can contribute to economic growth, and this has been proven true more than we earlier thought. So one kind of example of this is financial performance of firms improve when there's a gender balance in the boardroom, for example. So I think the gender aspect is also critical for us and something we should look at. So maybe I'll stop there for this question. Thanks.
Thanks, Annie. And just in the best interest of time, I'm just going to pick your last point, where you were also sort of talking about the equitable distribution and, why it's really important in terms of sort of looking at, while we're looking at the economic growth and development, but we also must ensure equitable distribution. Johan, I'm going to turn over to you now, particularly because we've seen that Sweden, and we've seen look at the South Asia Forum. We have so many development partners here who have co-organizing, who have been really supporting also the organization of the South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. But Sweden has had a long-standing commitment on promoting business respect for human rights, perhaps even starting, the first, among the donor communities, also starting the first projects on business and human rights in the region, and have been continuously supporting the regional forums, but also ensuring that the regional forums are not just restricted only to the city and people from city are able to come, but also that we are able to bring and take these conversations beyond the cities and the towns. So Johan, in your view, what do you think are the business and human rights related priorities for South Asia? But also, what challenges do you see or foresee in addressing these priorities meaningfully as well as effectively? The floor is yours.
Does it work? Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this UN South Asia Forum. It is my first time to be here, but as you say, it's not Sweden's first time. As you say, Sweden has been promoting the business and human rights agenda for quite some time. We were among the first few countries in the European Union to adopt a national action plan. And I think now there are about 15 member states have national action plans. And in the region, as you say, we've been supporting the UNDPs and the other partners' very important work on promoting the guiding principles. But to get back to your question, I think that, of course, there's a lot of groups that need our attention. In the case of Sweden, I think I will go back to what previous speakers has already touched upon. We see an importance of focusing on migrant workers and women workers. These are both very vulnerable groups. Migrant workers are, of course, might not have access to the same sort of safety nets that other workers might be get from states. This is in the case of international migrant workers. South Asia is home to tens of millions of migrant workers. And it's also the region from which many migrant workers originate. I think India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan are among the top 7 countries from which migrant workers originate. So this is especially important here. Migrant workers, of course, are also very vulnerable to human trafficking and enforced labor. Now, women workers they face multiple forms of discrimination, including gender-based violence and discrimination in the workplace. Sweden has long been an advocate for women and girls' full enjoyment of human rights, and we continue to be that, also in the area of human rights, business and human rights. Unfortunately, women are also overrepresented in the informal sector, so they often receive lower wages, and that's on top of the already existing gender income gap. And also, of course, they lack access to remedies, etc. Another area is, I think, it's really important to work on these structural issues like access to affordable childcare, etc., that really create problems for especially women in being part of the labor force and of advancing in their careers. But yeah, so the main challenge still is implementation. Like we've heard, that's where we have to work. And also, I think, as previous speakers said that this regional approach is super important. We need to learn from each other. Also, this multi-stakeholder approach is really what is needed to come to terms and to learn from each other and to solve these issues.
Sure. Thanks, Rohan, actually, for highlighting some of these areas. And I'm glad to, sort of see how during the South Asia Forum, we would actually have more sessions on migrant workers. We would also sort of be talking about the informal workers, contract workers. We, in fact, do have a few sessions that are focusing on migration, migrant workers, but also sort of informality, contract workers, and the challenges that they face. And of course, you highlighted gender-based violence and the gender inequalities that exist in the region, and how all of this, while we're sort of looking at all of these challenges, we also need to look at and address the structural inequalities and the structural barriers that are there. So thanks for highlighting those challenges. I've just been given a message that I have to close in 20 minutes. So if I could also, and I'm really, really, again, sincere apologies for rushing you through this, but I'm sure we will have more opportunities over the next 3 days to have conversations. Arunaji, I'm gonna, this is the first section where we kind of discuss some of the challenges, but I think in the last 15 minutes, I would like to hear, what are the opportunities that are there for South Asia? What is the way ahead, and what can we do? So what do you think the South Asian governments can do in ensuring that workers, especially the most marginalized workers facing intersectional impacts, can benefit from development proportionately and are not left behind?
Okay, thank you, Harpreet. I'll be on time. When we talk about human rights, of course, the government's obligation is to respect, protect, and fulfillment of all the fundamental human rights of all its citizens, including workers. And when we talk about business and human rights, government role is to regulate business houses as well as to respect, protect, and provide remedy to the workers for the violation of human rights. And there is a constitutional framework, legal instruments, policies, guidelines, strategies, all should prioritize the rights of workers in there. And when we talk about sustainable development goals, governments would consider SDG from integrated approach. So let me share an example. If we are looking from gender equality goal 5, then it should go with the goal 8, decent work and economic growth, as well as goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So these all should be perceived together and enact and implement any laws, policies, guidelines in line with all these goals together. And let me allow to share an example of women workers now. In South Asia, the situation is quite similar. Though the situation has been gradually changing, but still significant number of women are facing multiple impacts. They are marginalized. When we talk about the women's rights, pay they are getting, their contribution to formal and informal economy, their share in children rearing and households, which have not yet been counted as a contribution to the economy. And the list goes on. And in consideration of the actual situation that women workers are going through, government can start with policies and practices to empower women and respect their contribution towards overall economy, but not limited to those which I am going to mention. It can be a start, like compulsory and social security benefits, which might be in the form of any kind of fund, payment directed through banking system, health insurance, including the status of pre- and post-pregnancy and delivery, some nutrition support program to mother and their infants, flexible working hour in certain specific conditions, such as pre- and post-pregnancy and delivery issues, basic arrangements for infant care facilities within business houses. So the list is not limited to this, but we can start with this. And the government role is not only for the workers, also the business houses, so that the government further, they should inspect, monitor, and assess the situation in a regular manner, have effective and prompt grievance handling mechanisms, have regular dialogues, consultations, and business houses and workers, and provide directives, sometimes on-site directives as well. And the government can promote by declaring some prestigious business houses which have complied some basic fundamental human rights conditions, and may provide some tax concessions and other facilities, so that the business houses, they are be responsible for not only those mandated in the legal instrument, but those human rights aspect, as I mentioned, some of the issues from the women's rights perspective, so they can start implementing those rights. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Arunaji, and thank you for highlighting, particularly the integrated approach, not just kind of, having these different agendas, but kind of really trying and bringing the integrated approach to sustainable development. When you mentioned, particularly in the context of that, the government's role is to sort of identify and sort of help set expectations from the businesses, and it's great to see, at least, specifically in South Asia, we have Pakistan, who has already adopted the National Action Plan. We have Nepal, who's, just about to adopt National Action Plan. We just heard from the Honorable Chief Secretary this morning, but also the processes are underway in Maldives, in Nepal. We've just had a regional Bangladesh Business and Human Rights couple of weeks ago in Bangladesh, where we heard sort of so many conversations about the need for the National Action Plan, but for the businesses to set expectations, but also sort of incentivize. So it's really important, as you said, it's also good to sort of look at how do we incentivize businesses who are doing good. So set regulations, set expectations, but also incentivize and bring in and integrate different agendas. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Vajra, I'm going to move over to you now here and ask you a question about, the similar question, in fact, what I asked Arunaji in terms of, but I'm just going to change the word government with the businesses. Where do you think, the business sector is directing its attention in ensuring that their own workers, but also those connected to their supply chains, can effectively enjoy their human rights and have access to effective remedy? Mr. Vajra, the floor is yours. And please, if you can stick to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll try to keep it very short. I think the businesses, they have their responsibility, not only, I agree that not only in relation to their immediate employees, but of course, going up to the supply chain. Now, in relation to getting the business to protect on human rights of their employees and also the supply chain, I think approach that the businesses need to take is initially, the first thing is that creating awareness and capacity building. Building capacity of employees and creating awareness is something, a primary requirement, which is very important in understanding the rights, human rights in relation to businesses. I would go even to the extent of extending that not only within the organizations, but I think, of course, extending it to the government, that creating that culture from the education system through schools and the education system itself, I think is the approach that needs to be taken. Secondly, the business organizations should have a policy established in their organizations, identifying the business HR policy within the organization, which also should include the remedies available for employees. So that is the second step I believe the businesses should engage in protecting the requirements. And of course, giving guidance and assistance to the supply chain is something that is will be very much required, because the supply chain cannot be neglected. So supply chain always will require resources and also the guidance and assistance. So in that context, extending the businesses, extending that requirement to the supply chain, and also getting periodic reviews and adherence is something that is essential. So I believe to have an effective human rights and system in the business environment, these primary requirements have to be adhered to and followed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vajira. In fact, the awareness raising and capacity building, we've seen how the South Asia, but also the Asia Pacific has moved in the last couple of years, and we see such a strength and momentum on business and human rights. But we've also seen and we've noted that this progress has been uneven. So I think the efforts to create awareness, building capacities must continue over the years. But not just for businesses, but really sort of also bringing in other stakeholders and sort of looking at how do we also bring these networks together as well. And I think I'm just going to also pick up another point that you said, invest early. This is just, in terms of the school education, how can we invest early with the school students, with the college students, and sort of use these as sort of the guiding principles when they're still in the schools. And I think that's some of the ways that we can also address the structural challenges that are there in terms of building capacities and creating awareness while they're still young. Annie, we've just heard, what governments can do, what businesses can do. We also know that the civil societies are in some ways, civil society, but also human rights defenders. And I'm talking about civil society as a whole here. The academia, media, human rights organizations, human rights defenders, but also the national government organizations. What role do you think that the civil society can play in realizing business respect for human rights? But also, what can other stakeholders, what do you think are the expectations of the civil society from other stakeholders to ensure that their actions respond to the needs of workers, address issues of intersectionality, and meaningfully enables them to participate in decision-making progress? 3 minutes.
Yeah, so I think, those of us sitting in this room, many of us here are part of civil society. We know that civil society has largely driven the move towards national action plans, for example. At the EU level, the push towards mandatory human rights due diligence has largely been pushed by civil society, same with the supply chain laws that we've seen in Europe and other places. So, to put it very briefly, I think civil society has a very integral role to play. Civil society, being kind of the eyes and ears on the ground, being the groups that work directly with workers, with impacted communities. Civil society is the one that can be, the kind of mediator or the middle people between, the groups on the ground and the business or the government as well. Civil society can provide understanding about how human rights applies in particular contexts. Civil society can inform about and also create accountability in situations. They can also, ensure public participation in decision-making, facilitate access to remedy. These are just a few examples. I often get asked, what's the benefit of business working with civil society? And I think there's several. Civil society can be a lever to decrease corruption, for example. We know that corruption can negatively impact the way a company performs financially. CSOs can help business be sustainable. Companies tend to undervalue social capital and underinvest in it. So civil society can be important partners when it comes to this investment in social capital. We're seeing a huge rise in ESG investment. I think that's been mentioned a few times as well. So the S in ESG, what can civil society do? They can help, discuss the risks involved with social investing, thereby impacting asset managers' decisions, for example. and therefore a company's growth. So civil society has a very important role to play in terms of risk oversight, decision making, and things like that. So if business engages with civil society, they can also reduce the risk of significant operational costs due to work stoppages or other operational issues. Civil societies can help companies secure a social license to operate from local communities, impacted communities, and therefore reduce associated risks such as litigation. So I think, again, civil society definitely has an important role to play. And maybe I'll just, a couple of last points. So consumer consciousness, we've discussed that as well. Building brand reputation for a product or service. We've seen that especially younger consumers are becoming more aware of where products are coming from, how products are being made. And so we see that corporate values on social issues are more important than ever. So I think in the end, human rights are best served when efforts of government, business, and civil society align with one another. When the efforts are not aligned and civil society, for example, is defending against a hostile government, it's particularly incumbent upon companies and business to influence their support to civil society. And indeed, in many cases, it can be in their best interest to do so. Companies and investors must align their goals with those of stakeholders in which they operate and take a more balanced approach that combines consideration of social and environmental factors. But this won't happen without the voice and action of key stakeholders, including workers, communities, indigenous peoples, and human rights defenders. And so this all needs to be an alliance of a broad support for movement. Governments also, as Arunaji mentioned, really has a leading role to play in terms of creating an ecosystem where responsible business is a norm, not an exception. So maybe I'll stop there.
Thanks, Annie. And if I could just pick one point, I think what you said is civil societies are partners. I mean, look at them as partners. It's not where we're looking at businesses versus civil society, but also how do we look at civil society and partners and how civil society can play a role in not just advocacy, but also, I think, creating awareness, building capacity, but the role of media in highlighting some of the issues that we are facing and really amplifying the voices of the communities as well. So Johan, I'm just going to come to you, and this is literally the last 3 minutes that we have. We've heard from government, from businesses, from civil society representative here in terms of where do you see, what do you see is the role of the governments from the other parts of the world, particularly global north, and in advancing the business and human rights agenda in the region?
Well, I think just as consumers can demand, as we've heard from companies, that the products they buy are sustainably sourced and produced, and that human rights are respected throughout the value chain. So can states, of course, put or increase expectations on both, of course, our own state-owned companies, that's part of the Swedish National Action Plan, and the companies that are active and registered in our countries. But also on other states when we do trade, and I think the European Union FTAs are a pretty good example of this, how we push for the human rights and labor rights clause in our trade agreements. Then, of course, civil society. I want to come back to that actually, because it's a very important part here, and it's of course as according to the guiding principles, it's a duty of the state to protect human rights, and that goes also for the civil society. And so states have a very important role there in protecting civil society. And also civil society has a lot of experience that states and international organizations have a harder time sort of getting, I think. And so that's why it's so important. And so Sweden will actually, it's the aim of the Swedish government to increase Sweden's support to the civil society because of this reason. And of course to protect human rights defenders, etc. as partners. Lastly, I think what we're doing right now, like the dialogue, the Swedish experience has been that collaborating with diverse actors and bringing together this is just both historically in Sweden for a long time and also in more modern times with the business and human rights agenda, to bring together the labor unions, the employers organizations, academia, civil society, the workers, It's so important, and that's what we're doing right now. And that's why I'd like to end by thanking UNP and all the other organizers for inviting us here. And let's all make the most of it.
Thanks, Johan, and thank you for leaving us with sort of, also highlighting the importance of collaboration and coordination. And I think this is really a great example of, different UN agencies, but also I think some over 40 partners have joined us to organize the South Asia Forum. You do not see so many logos here, but I think the South Asia Forum has become, in this room, all of you, we do have, I think, the coordination, but also collaboration with civil society organizations, with employers organizations, but also sort of looking at bringing in different governments and the role of NHRIs, particularly, so we've just had a safe space sessions with NHRIs this morning, and we heard some of the really amazing work that they're doing in terms of sort of really promoting the business and human rights agenda in the region and their respective countries. So thank you very much. I wish we've had longer to have this conversation, but Niaz has been sending me messages like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, so I'm going to just put it on you. But thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope you have interesting conversations with the participants here over the next 3 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harpreet and panel. But if I can have all of you, and maybe also our virtual colleague here, to have a photograph. A bit unproportionate for a frame, but still counts. Yep. Thank you so much. So we were gonna go for lunch soon, not yet. Before that, I have 3 things for you. First of all, we do want to come back by 1:30, please. Very, very humble request so that we can start the next session. Also very important, resilience. How do we work around that? So that's very interesting. We do want to come back by that. Second point, if I can have you a little bit more. Second point is like we have few Nepalese local women entrepreneurs just outside the hall. They have offered lots of creative and crafty stuff. Please have a look at that. Let's support them more. So that's a request from our side. Please do that. And last, before going to lunch, is a collective photograph. I'm going to leave it to all the expert photographer here to guide us through how we are going to kind of like, be all together here at different heights, maybe, I don't know. Please help us and guide us. And I'm requesting all of you to please come at the front. We do want a big collection of people coming together because that's a big, big statement, right?
And the sooner you move towards the stage, the sooner you're going to get food. So
yes.
It's about
please do.
Making those you're not making steps to the stage. Remember,
lunch.
You're making steps to the food.
Thank you, panel.
But thank you so much, Niaz. And thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Yeah, yeah, maybe we can have few more chairs. If I can have a little bit support with that. Please do come at the front. Let's put a united front. A documented united front. Yes, please feel free to find your space here. Not an expert. I'm sure my photographer colleagues are gonna help us. Please feel free to come. Like, I don't know exactly. Yes, so standing on the ground, standing on the stage, and sitting on the stage, I think it's a mix of everything. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, maybe after the photo. After the photo, yeah. Okay, please be also mindful of the height. some of the colleagues who are still in the floor. I hope it's not an imposition, but I'm requesting you to please come and be part of a documented photograph. 4th UN Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights. Please do come. That's, yeah. Yes. Yeah, Harpreet, I'm here. Yes, okay. Thank you so very much. And before we leave, I have been advised to inform you that please do collect your belonging when you are going for lunch. Please do not leave behind your belonging when going for lunch. And we will be back by 1:30, please. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. This is past 1:30, and sincere apology. I think we are waiting for all the participants to come back inside, and I'm requesting all of my colleagues, and I myself will go out and just kind of usher people back in if people are still outside. And we're going to be needing few more minutes to just start the panel discussion. Hi, everyone. No, yes, now we are starting definitely. Uh, yes. Yeah. Colleagues, if I can have your kind attention back, please. And at this point, I'm going to actually request my colleague, Kevin Lehman, Business and Human Rights Analyst from UNDP, to take over this part of the session and maybe get going with the panel. Please, Kevin. Yes.
Welcome, everyone, to this first thematic plenary on global supply chains. I'm very happy to have a great panel with me today who will be able to share with you what will be some key considerations going forward when we think about global supply chains, both in an international perspective, but especially also linked to South Asia. So without further ado, I would like to invite my speakers. First of all, we have Pari Saikia. She's a human rights journalist and producer. Can you please join me on the stage? Second, we have Sheikh H.M. Mustafiz, also known as Mustafiz. He's the chairman of the Standing Committee on Sustainability of the Bangladesh Garments Manufacturers and Exporters Association. And he is also the managing director of Cute Dress Industry Limited from Bangladesh. Third, we have Professor Surya Deva. He is a professor at the Macquarie University Law School and a director for the Center for Environmental Law at Macquarie University in Australia. And last but certainly not least, we have Rekha Chatrapakarti. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. My handwriting is actually failing me. And she is the director on business and human rights from Cividep, India. And she will be joining us online. Sure, and she will take about 5 to 7 minutes to join us online. Now, the context of this session is quite interesting if you ask me. I guess it's safe to say that the world and indeed the global economy is in turmoil. we are coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, perhaps in different ways in different countries. We, of course, have the Ukraine war, which has led to soaring inflation and an energy crisis. We are in the midst of a climate crisis, and there, as will also be highlighted during other sessions in this forum, is we need just transitions. Now, this is, of course, also linked to global supply chains. But while we have all these developments, we should consider what does this actually, on the one hand, mean for workers, the people who produce our clothes, who grow our food, and who make our electronics, as well as for suppliers in South Asia who are part of global supply chains. And I see that Rika has joined us online, so if you could please also give her a round of applause. All right, thank you, everyone. So as said, we will try to spotlight workers and rights holders in this session and talk about some of the unique barriers and challenges that they face. So first, I would like to turn to Pari. Pari has produced some groundbreaking journalism on human trafficking, business and human rights, and has been in the field for quite a long time and has worked at the grassroots level with rights holders. So in this context, since you have engaged with rights holders at the grassroots level, I was wondering if you could share some of examples of the underlying causes of exploitation of rights holders and perhaps also workers in South Asia. So I would like to hand the floor over to you now. Thank you. Here.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I hope you're having a good time. So yes, it's been a long time that I've been covering human trafficking for like past 10 years for now, researching and investigation, doing investigation on trafficking, migration, and refugees. Currently I'm focusing on cross-border collaboration. So as you asked, what are the underlying factors that lead to exploitations of South Asians? Well, there's not one single factor. There are multitude of reasons that lead to, that contribute to exploitations of Asians. For example, I like to cite this with a few examples from my stories that I have done in the past. Since I cover human trafficking, and human trafficking is a very vast subject, and there are many factors that lead to trafficking. For example, trafficking for sexual slavery, bride trafficking, organ trafficking, skin trafficking, child labor, child pornography, and many, many things. So in 2020-21, I did an investigation on the bride trafficking of Rohingya women. And those women were brought from Myanmar, and not only from Myanmar, but also from the Rohingya refugee settlement, which is one of the largest refugee camps in the world, situated in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. They were trafficked from camps also. So if you ask me what are the factors that led to bride trafficking at that moment, we have seen this pattern that there was a continuous, war going on since 1970s until I think it's still going on, we don't know. But the information stopped coming after the coup happened in Feb 2021. The continuous religious persecutions and then the targeted, systematic, attack by the Tatmadaw army on the Rohingya Muslims so far actually led to trafficking, a rise in the trafficking of Rohingya Muslims. And that reason actually somewhere some traffickers and agents saw that as a blooming opportunity to, exploit the families. So they, as a bogus, well-wishers, I would say a marriage broker, reach out to the families, who were desperately looking for some help to send across their daughters, their sisters, their mothers, for the safety of their life and to save their honor. And whatever little amount, item they had or land they had to sell off, everything just to pay the traffickers so that they can send off their daughters to across other countries. And that led to rise of bride trafficking, especially in 2017 after the exodus happened. And we saw many women landed in India, in various parts of India, as bride trafficked, as wives, sold into families who could not locally find brides for themselves. Not only women, we also found men who landed in India. Currently, if you ask me the status of all those men, if you think the men were not exploited in the process, no. We have found through our investigation recently, which I'm currently doing with my co-producer Rohit Upadhyay, who's also one of the fellow participants in the program. We have collaborated with a bunch of human rights lawyers and NGOs, and we found during our investigation that at the moment, all the most stateless people who are residing in India are being picked up as forced bonded laborers by the host communities in most of the states of India. And since the stateless people are the cheap laborers, and they could be exploited. And we found that many people in the process, especially some refugees, have faced disabilities. For example, some have lost their limbs, eyesight, and the employers have left them to fend for themselves, because since they do not have any document to prove their identity. For example, in India, you require the Aadhaar to claim any benefits. Aadhaar is a unique identification number that requires as a mandatory for every Indian citizenship. And since Rohingyas are stateless people, they do not have leave Aadhaar any other document to prove their identity. As a result, there are many factories out there in Delhi and NCR. We found that the factories are picking up this Rohingyas especially as a bonded laborers, okay? So this is one of the factors. So now if you ask what is the reasons, the statelessness is the reason here among the, if you talk about the Rohingya refugees. Now in last year, 2020-22, we did a story which is quite related to this year's topic, business and human rights. In that investigation, we focus on all the women from Punjab who have been regularly trafficked to different parts of Europe. In our scenario, in our investigation, we chose Italy because we found not only men, but it was also women who have been largely missing from many Punjabi families, are being regularly trafficked to Italian farms to work in the agriculture sectors. And in the due process, these women were exploited, faced sexual harassment and mental trauma. So yes, again, if you ask what are the factors that led to the trafficking of Punjabi women, see, there are established the network of Punjabis who are in Europe, and that influenced the youth in Punjab, because Punjab is losing its land size, because of the adverse impact of climate change. And also there's there's a concept of where people love to settle abroad. Many other factors, and there's less of employment opportunities. And this led this actually gave a reason to many travel agencies in Punjab to run fake travel agencies to exploit such people who come up with job opportunities, fake job opportunities to exploit women. Yes.
Thank you so much. And well, keeping in tradition with my Swiss heritage, I'm timekeeping very strictly. So thank you for keeping to 5 minutes proactively. I think the key point that I took away here is that these workers or rights holders, they're facing intersectional impacts, right? So you mentioned religion, you mentioned gender, you mentioned perhaps also children, you mentioned these rights holders being stateless, which then also leads to them having to be an informal worker probably because they cannot get their Aadhaar, their identity cards. So moving on to the next speaker, Rekha, perhaps you could also reflect a little bit in your answer about this intersectionality and these intersectional impacts. But my question really for you is, again, and digging then a little bit deeper also, building on what Pari has said, is what are the underlying causes of exploitation of workers in South Asia? And what structural barriers do they face in securing improved living and working conditions, and more generally also enjoying their human rights? So please, the floor is yours, Rika.
And Yeah, hello everyone. I'm sorry I could not join the panel in person. I am a bit under the weather, but Kevin, if you can confirm if I'm audible, that will be great.
You are audible. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, I'll focus on workers in global supply chains because at CIVIDEP, we document working and living conditions of workers employed in global supply chains. And so I will not focus on, generally very broadly on workers in South Asia. Within CIVIDEP, we of course look at garments, electronics, and the leather sectors. When we say exploitation, we're really talking about a social and an economic relationship based on asymmetry in power, where one party unfairly benefits from another. And where exploitative working conditions are concerned, it can be used to describe situations ranging from indecent, harsh, or unfair labor conditions to those of modern slavery, human trafficking, or forced labor. It includes conditions such as low wages, uncertainty in the duration of employment contract, or having no employment contracts, job insecurity, lack of social security benefits, hazardous physical and psychological working conditions, and absence of legal and non-legal protection mechanisms. It also includes the use of coercion or threat. So the causes for exploitation of workers, coming back to your question, in global supply chains is very well researched and documented. In global value chains, the exploitation of workers is linked to the dynamics of the global economy. We know that global value chains have led to transnational integration of production as well as division of labor, in which major brands and retail companies coordinate production across tens and thousands of subcontracted suppliers located all across the global south. So which means a brand such as Nike or Tesco they can design and sell products, but they produce very little themselves. So studies have pointed out that this reorganization of global production has led to one, monopolization in the product market, and monopsony relations between brands and their suppliers. So when I talk about monopsony is defined as the existence of few brands and retailers dealing with tens and thousands of suppliers for inputs. So global value chains include both brands as monopolies in the product market, and their relations with their suppliers are one of monopsony. And this hypothesis was put forth by Ashok Kumar in his book in 2020. So what he argued in his book is that he says that since suppliers are not integrated into the ownership structure of multinational corporations, brands can switch from one supplier to another with very little cost, especially in labor-intensive manufacturing of garments, shoes, etc. So suppliers have very little bargaining power with brands, and this monopsony relationship is then also reflected in relations between suppliers and workers, where workers have no bargaining power with their employers. And likewise, countries that look to attract investment face severe competition amongst themselves, and they also face intra-supplier competition within countries, and all of this drives down wages and working conditions. So this also contributes to limited labor protection or dilution in existing labor laws, because protecting labor rights is then seen as costly. That labor protection distorts the markets and creates inefficiency. So all of this overall, leads to exploitative working conditions in global supply chains. To also briefly, explain this monopsony relationship, how is it, how does it manifest in relations between brands and suppliers? This is how we can see this is that brands concentrate on pre-production tasks such as design and post-production tasks such as branding and marketing. And these tasks are protected by intellectual property rights, whereas they outsource manufacturing. But even while they outsource manufacturing, suppliers have very little say in how this manufacturing happens. So for example, in the garment sector, what we see is that garment suppliers manufacture products based on very specific contracts with very particular specifications on design, quantity, and time frame. So the control of the production process through low costs, short-term contracts, lesser profit margins, frequent order changes, and also by imposing penalties for late or low quality products, all of this places pressure on suppliers to make profits through the use of exploitative, coercive, or otherwise unacceptable labor practices. So recent studies have pointed out to this kind of an asymmetrical power relation between brands and suppliers, and then between suppliers and workers. So it is necessary to understand the economic relationship between actors in global supply chain to locate the causes for poor and exploitative working conditions. I'll stop here, Kevin.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Rika. So again, I think in your answer, I think what I took away from this is that you say the exploitation is caused by power asymmetries. And these power asymmetries, they both relate to workers as well as suppliers in their relation to global brands. And I think this is also a great bridge to my next question to Surya, who will be talking a little bit more about global supply chains. And later also to Mustafiz, who might be able to explain to me how these purchasing practices of global brands influence suppliers in South Asia. But so first, let me turn to Surya. Surya, in perhaps 3 minutes, and we'll have a follow-up question for you as well. Could you please shed a light on the main regulatory initiatives around the world that are attempting to put a spotlight on business-related human rights abuses in supply chains? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Kevin, for the question. Because I have 3 minutes, let me say 3 points. I will say civil society advocacy and the investigative journalism by media has been a key driving force for businesses to take human rights seriously. Whether it was the Bhopal gas disaster, or Rana Plaza, or the Karachi cake factory fire, or the Nepalese workers in Qatar or Middle East, journalists have exposed those abuses and put the spotlight on businesses, and including organizations like FIFA, that they have to take their human rights responsibility seriously. And of course, we have seen civil society advocacy throughout the world, whether it is the treaty process that is going on in Geneva, or whether it is mandatory human rights due diligence in Europe. Nothing of this nature would have happened without civil society advocacy. So that is a main lever in my point of view. Second is, if we look around globally, but also in Asia, law and policy changes to promote responsible business conduct are definitely very noticeable. We often talk about mandatory human rights due diligence in Europe. We have 5 countries already having such a legislation, and Europe is currently negotiating a directive, which is going to be a game changer because that will require all 27 EU countries to have mandatory human rights due diligence. But I think even outside Europe, we can think of Canada, which is drafting, may adopt legislation soon. Australia is considering to review its modern slavery legislation. New Zealand is considering to draft a new law. We have soft guidelines in India, Indonesia, China, and Japan to promote responsible business conduct. So I think range of law and policy measures are there that are promoting RBC. The third factor as a driver of change I would like to mention is the market forces. We increasingly see consumers, including the young consumers, investors, and other market actors increasingly expecting businesses to go beyond making profit. So I call it profit with principles. If businesses make profit, that also promotes human rights. But if businesses just focus on profit and ignore people or the planet, then it undermines the whole aspect of sustainability and inclusive and sustainable society. So I will stop at this, but I think these are 3 main levers, regulatory levers in my view. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And just a follow-up question to Surya before I head to my left to Mustafiz. So you mentioned mandatory human rights due diligence, right? And I guess just as a recap for those who have not attended the training by Dr. Pichamon this morning on the UNGPs. So the human rights due diligence, it is a process for companies to identify and address their human rights impacts, whether it is that relates to their own activities or those to supply chains. And so this mandatory human rights due diligence that you've been referring to, Surya, is making this mandatory for companies in these countries where this legislation is being adopted. But to what extent do you think that these legislations will make a difference in the daily lives of rights holders, of workers?
I think some changes in the, some positive changes in the lives of the workers are likely to take place once these legislation start having impact on the ground. It will take next couple of years. German law is already in force, but I'm talking about the effect of the directive. because the directive is going to be adopted, let us say, by the end of this year, early next year. Then it will give 27 EU countries 2 years' time to enact a national law. So let us say within next 2 to 3 years, we should have some impact coming into supply chains in South Asia and in Asia generally, that they have to put their house in order. So that is likely to bring some change, and I think we have seen concrete evidence post Rana Plaza in Bangladesh, and my colleague, I'm sure, will highlight it. That was also a trigger, Rana Plaza, Accord alliance that created a momentum and that definitely improved the rights of the workers and the occupational health and safety issues. So I think these legislation will also improve something. But I would say they are likely to touch upon mostly formal businesses and pockets of informal economy. In South Asia, a significant part of our economy is informal economy. And my sense is that these legislation will not touch upon or improve the lives of the workers in the informal economy. My last point is that, unfortunately, and I just recently published a paper on this, as you know, Kevin, my sense is that these legislation are not addressing the root causes of the problem. And I will highlight 3 here, and I will call it 3 Ps. First is poverty, second is pollution, and third is power imbalance. I think power imbalance point was already highlighted. So poverty is there in the global economy, and if you look at how much money the chief executive officers are making, they earn on average 400 times more than the average salary of a worker. So poverty is not an accident. Poverty is part of the free market economy. People who are working hard, they're suffering, and they're designed to remain poor. And that happens in the global supply chains as well. The workers are getting exploited, partly because enough money is not being paid by the brands. So I think poverty is definitely one region, and I don't think these laws are going to address that. Pollution. If you look at the most polluted cities in the world, many of them are in South Asia. Again, this is not a coincidence. Because we are manufacturing for the whole world. Why is Europe pollution-free? Because we are suffering the pollution for Europe. So why should customers in Europe enjoy a very good life and pollution-free life, and people in South Asia suffering all the pollution? Because factories are here. So are these laws going to address this pollution issue? Because we are being blamed for pollution, but the point is that we are producing for the whole world. My third point is about power imbalances. These laws are not even looking at the power imbalances between workers and the factories, local supply chains, or the suppliers and the brands, or the power imbalances between South Asia and European Union. I'll stop at this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Surya, for these quite thought-provoking comments. And I guess now we don't only have the triple P of people, planet, profit, but now we also have poverty, pollution, and power imbalance. So thank you for that. Okay, and I think we will get back to some of these points in a little bit, but now I would like to turn to Mr. Mustafiz. So as Surya mentioned, in Bangladesh, a lot has happened since the Rana Plaza accident. And I guess also, since Bangladesh is so connected to global supply chains, for example, the garment manufacturing, the mandatory human rights due diligence in Europe has actually sparked quite a big interest in human rights due diligence in Bangladesh. Now, an often heard sentiment that we hear, and that we have also heard from our speakers actually, is that these lead brands, these global brands with their vast supply chains, that they're being accused of pushing responsibility down the supply chain. Right? So they're basically passing on all the burdens to improve human rights conditions to the suppliers in, for example, Bangladesh. Perhaps these brands are not really looking at their own purchasing practices and how they contribute to human rights abuses. So I would like to ask you, Mustafiz, how does this affect the ability of South Asian businesses, for example, drawing on your own experience as a managing director of a garment manufacturing company, how does this affect their ability to improve the living and working conditions of the people in the factory floor?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. Mr. Surya actually covered up a lot of things, what I am supposed to say. But I must share you some other perspective. I mean, yes, of course, after this building collapse, we have a lot of I think a lot of things happens in Bangladesh in terms of the safety, our regulatory changes, many things happen. But still, the problem still lies to the shared responsibility. I mean, we are getting pressure from the buyer to improve the working condition, to improve the living condition. But when we are going for example, with the price negotiation, with our other aspects, then they're just behind of us. They're just pushing us to make it happen, because it seems that it is our own responsibility. Yes, we are not ignoring that it is our responsibility, that whom we appointed to work in our facility, we will pay them, we will give them a good life, but that's our responsibility. But if you see the cost structure, how we quote a price, then what happened? Then we always quote a price based on what we are paying to the workers. So if you don't pay us more, then actually we cannot pay them more. This is just the consequences. And nowadays, what happens that we are also working like an open cost sheet. Every buyer, they are sending us a cost sheet and telling us to write down how much the material cost, how much the cost of manufacturing, how much I'm making profit. I have to write down everything to them. So I have to disclose all my business secret, and based on that, they are making their price segment. And not only that also, but also we also experience that they, among the brand, they also have some kind like sick competition. In the same street, one brand is selling one t-shirt maybe in $20, someone is selling in 25, someone is maybe 15, even you will find a $3 t-shirt is also available over there. So end of the day, the bottom of the pyramid, I mean, as you said, that the workers, the employees, the people who are actually making our clothes are squeezed all the time. As he correctly said, that the whole ecosystem, it likes that it is designed to make them poor. I mean, they don't have rights. They don't have any rights to say about their nutrition, about their their family's education, their health care. It's all ignored, because we, as a manufacturer, we also have some limitation. We cannot pay them what what we are getting. We can pay them only the things what we can get, and we have no other room to make us more profitable, because it's open for everybody. So that is the big problem. But I think it's a shared responsibility, as I said, that buyers, the brand, they should come forward to make a different cost structure, so that we can revisit all the things. Then how we should make the price structure, because there is also issue that we need to also think about the consumers, because there are different segments of people. Everybody doesn't have the same purchase power, so we need to also think of those people at the same time. So we need to find a fine line where the employees, the workers, they can get well paid, they can have a better life, and on the same time we can make profit. And as I said also, that we have to save the environment as well. We cannot make a garment with the cost of a river, because if you go to Bangladesh, there are a lot of textile prone area. You will find it is completely black, because we are just not manufacturing responsibly. We are saving money every corners we have to cut. I mean, people are sacrificing. The nature is sacrificing, and end of the day. Yeah, you are right that the blue things what we are seeing in the Western world is just because of these sacrifices. So that is what I must say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I have a follow-up question for you, but I will park that for a slight moment based on what you just said now. But I will now move on briefly to the next question. This one is for Surya. And so what we've done now is we've kind of set the context, what our discussion is about. And now let us dig a little bit deeper and trying to look at some of these structural inequalities and the reasons for why this exploitation is happening. So Surya, in your view, I mean, in your long career on business and human rights, you have worked with a variety of stakeholders, but including governments and companies. So what do you think they can do to better respond to the systemic and structural barriers faced by these workers in South Asia?
Thank you. I think a number of things can be done better in my view. The first thing is that the governments in South Asia could have better policies and laws in place to promote decent work. Most of the governments are promoting work. They want to create job opportunities. They're not creating decent work opportunities in my view. Let us take India. The key campaign is Make in India. Bangladesh, Made in Bangladesh week. Why are we not talking about Make in India responsibly, Made in India, Made in Bangladesh responsibly? So I think the mindset of the governments in the global south is, let us first grow. Economic development first, we can look after the environment, human rights later. This sequencing mindset is problematic because you are just creating jobs for workers, you're not creating decent jobs for workers. So I think the law and framework and policies and incentives have to change. The mindset has to change. It has to be people-centered, and the workers have to be a central component of it. The second suggestion I have is that we need to, I alluded to the power imbalances, which was also highlighted by other colleagues on the panel. So how do we address power imbalances? There are many ways of doing it, but one way is trade unions. Independent, and I will highlight the word independent. So sometimes trade unions are politicized as well. So trade unions which are promoting the interest of workers, they're independent of everyone else, and they're just committed to promoting the rights of the workers is absolutely vital. But what I see is, globally as well as in South Asia, that trade unions are not liked either by the government or by the companies generally. They think this is a nuisance. Trade unions are nuisance. They create unnecessary friction and trouble for us. And I personally don't buy this idea, because if we have to improve the rights of the workers, then power imbalances have to be addressed, and we need trade unions playing a critical role on that. I was, yesterday when I was visiting NHRC, Nepal, I was saying, Ninde Nire Rakhiye, which basically means, some of you may know this Kabir Doha, which basically means that you should keep the critical people next to you. So trade unions are critical friends. They will criticize companies, they will criticize governments, but that is their job. Same is for the CSOs and journalists. So rather than trying to exclude and having a chilling effect on trade unions and civil society groups, governments should encourage more criticism. We don't see that happening in South Asia. Governments are saying, oh, don't criticize us. If you criticize us, you are anti-national. So I think I would really like to change this mindset. The third is collective bargaining. We talk about collective bargaining often in the sense of trade unions bargaining with companies. I want to change this idea to apply to different context. Can suppliers in South Asia collectively bargain with the brands? I think Mustafa rightly highlighted this, that you have to share the cost sheet, and there's a race to the bottom. So if you don't give a t-shirt in 50 cents, we are going to go to Ethiopia or somewhere else, right? So my point is, can we collectively bargain and say, no supplier in South Asia is going to sell you the t-shirt below this price? Can we collectively bargain with the brands, you know? So that issue is very crucial. Similarly, I would say, can the South Asian governments collectively bargain with the European Union, rather than only one country talking to European Union? I think this collective bargaining idea is very crucial. My last point is South-South collaboration. I think often we talk about multinationals historically coming from the global north, and we are just the suppliers and part of the supply chains. But that dynamic is changing very fast. We have big multinationals, big businesses in the global south. So how could those global south companies take the ownership and lead in this agenda? How can we promote South-South collaboration? How can we export t-shirts? Let us say Bangladesh, 81% export is garment. But it is primarily to Europe and US. Can it not go to Africa? Can it not go to Latin America? Diversification is something we are learning from COVID. So I think South-South collaboration is absolutely vital in my view. We have to stand together and fight for our rights and fair share in the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya. And you actually also exactly picked out the thing that I wanted to ask from Mustafiz later on. So you say the collective bargaining of suppliers, yeah, in a certain country, right? So to prevent this race from the bottom and global brands perhaps from taking advantage and playing people out against each other. But then you also made a very nice bridge and when relating collective bargaining to states, which will connect very nicely to our session on mandatory human rights due diligence and Global South perspective. So thank you for introducing that. So yeah, I would like to now turn again to you, Mustafiz. So you've mentioned already, right? We have this race to the bottom, but these cost structures are preventing you from improving perhaps working and living conditions of workers as much as suppliers perhaps would want to. So in your opinion, what should global brands do to better respect human rights in supply chains and to create an environment where that is actually more easily possible?
Yeah, I think the good news is that there are the new generation, especially when we talk about Gen Z generation and beyond, they are actually have a mentality to pay a little bit more for a garment which is ethically made, sustainable. So that is that is a trend, you can say. We can see also in the market. For example, if I talk about my from our my company's data, that back in 2019, the conventional production, like conventional, the t-shirts made with the conventional material was like 83%. And then in 2022, I found that it becomes 17%. So the demand for the sustainable material, sustainably made, ethically made, that kind of things are not a new thing. It's a trendy thing. So I think the brand should revisit their, the selling point. They must find out that how they can actually address those new consumerism, because this new consumer, they are ready to pay a little bit extra, for this good cause, and they can take this opportunity. A lot of good brands, they are doing it, but the problem is that there are lead brands. They are really big, and they are really muscles, and they are controlling the whole fashion industry, and they are actually they are trying to push everywhere so that they can make more money. So if they just leave a little bit of their markup, and it will make a huge difference, in the livelihood of our workers. So that is the area we really need to address. But I also want to mention another thing, that the government, they can also push us a bit. That's okay. But I think the legislation cannot control everything if the demand and supply, they are not come to a point where we can make a good selling point. To make it, as I said in my early speech, that if we don't make like a fine line where the seller and the buyer, they can meet in a point that we will make everything sustainable and ethically made, then the scenario will change. So that is the point we must address. Thank you.
I think what you're also alluding to is that it also goes beyond just one player, right? We need to change the entire system so that everything kind of fits together. So thank you so much for that. And I've also seen Surya writing while you were speaking, so I'm sure he's been taking a lot of points from your interventions as well. Thank you. All right, so now let us turn back to Pari. So, something to consider is that if you yourself have not faced inequality, marginalization, or intersectional impacts yourself, it can be very difficult to put yourself in the shoes of someone who has, right? So in this context, I would like to ask you, how can, well, first of all of us, but then also since you've been working for the media, how can the media better appeal to, on the one hand, citizens, right, who vote on governments and who might be able to influence government and regulator agendas? So how can we appeal better to them? But at the same time, how can we also, as was mentioned before, better appeal to consumers, right? Because if consumers may want more sustainable products and they're willing to pay for it, perhaps that will change something with businesses. So how can we go about this and creating this more broad awareness and willingness to act?
Yeah. So I think as an independent journalist for the last few years, What is important for us right now is to work in collaboration, and collaboration is the key to a good story, I feel. And when it comes to stories such as this, like business and human rights violation, we as a journalist who are covering human rights need to spend a good amount of time with the important players and stakeholders. And for example, right now we are also working for a story, the exploitations that largely takes place in the garment industries, and there are many European and US brands that are involved. And to understand all the nuances, we are really spending time with the human rights lawyers that cover, labor laws. Then we're also spending time with the union leaders and, unions and all. Because, I don't think there is, we as a journalist should not be in the hurry to break a story. It's important, the best way is to do a good story is by doing it responsibly. And that can only happen if we, spend time with our sources and the actors and try to learn and educate ourselves before putting out any stories. And in the, with the, in the new age, media and with the advent of technology, I think there are many interesting ways through which we can actually use the social media to disseminate the informations to the consumer especially. And since we as a journalist right now we're working on a campaign called hashtag no human trafficking, no as in no K, and NO is in caps, and W and human trafficking, where we are, we are doing this campaign in two process, one through silent march and one through video series, where we tell the people about the perils of trafficking and exploitation, how can they save themselves, and what are the laws that are available, and what are the, which are the actors through which they can seek any kind of help, whether in terms of legal help or psychological support, so we are doing that. And I think we also need to do our stories, as I said, responsibly, spend more time, and always follow up. Go back to the story and see what the changes have made. Has your story made any impact, and what has been changed or not? And I think we need to do a good follow up as well, not just do the story and live it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So I think we all have much to do going forward to achieve this awareness, to bring about this change. So finally, my last question, and I would like to make this announcement. If anyone has any questions they would like to ask to the panelists, please prepare those, because there will be an opportunity to do that very briefly, very soon. So Rika, I would like to turn back to you now on Zoom. So the forum, one of the main themes of the forum is just transitions. And the context in which we're discussing just transitions at the forum is how we are going to change our economies, right? So how are we going to green the economy? But also what we're seeing is that these trends of automation and digitization, right, is also an economic transition. And then we see this trend of attempting to formalize the informal economy. But of course, it's important that all these transitions, they're underlined by a human rights-based approach to ensure that no one is left behind. So I would like to ask to you, just to kind of link the issue of global supply chains and just transitions, what impact do you think automation will have on workers and supply chains in South Asia? Rika, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Just to point out, I think my understanding on the impact of technology, including the rise of artificial intelligence, automation, and digitalization is quite limited. So I'll try to give a very broad stroke response to this question. I think there are two areas where impacts are concerned. One is the impact on the production processes in global value chains, and two, on the organization of work, and more broadly on working conditions. So these are, I think, the two areas where the impact of technological changes is likely to be seen. And I'll limit my response to likely impacts on working conditions. So on working conditions, what we understand is, by way of conversations with colleagues who are working on technological change, what we really understand is that full automation and possible labor displacement is a faraway possibility, even for advanced sectors. So full automation and possible labor replacement is only one aspect of possible impact, and it is not the most pressing one that is taking place. It is in fact the incremental changes such as digitalization, which is the use of digital technologies and digital data, that will have different impacts that go beyond labor displacement. And this is a growing field, and a lot of research is needed to understand the likely impacts of digitalization on working conditions. Where working conditions are concerned, one observation is that technological changes could deepen existing fault lines in global value chains. So technology, will reduce coordination costs, and hence it could allow companies to push for a more close integration of production process across the supply chains. And then they can do this without having to also ensure labor rights and social security protections. So that is one, possible impact. For example, in the garment industry, even though there is scope for automation in some aspects of the production process, it has not happened yet. And that is because it's a very high investment cost for an industry that runs on very tight margins and squeeze suppliers who are unwilling to invest in technologies. So it is very hard to determine the impact of automation on the garment industry at this point, but it is also possible that production process could become more closely controlled through technology. And if this happens, the possible impacts can be that lead times could reduce further, customized production can be demanded. All of this could further decrease the supplier's control over production process, which would also mean that suppliers will have an even lesser bargaining power with brands. And this again feeds into the power asymmetry that we talked about, and the panelists have pointed towards. I think in short, it could deepen existing fault lines. I think that is one likely impact of technological changes. The second impact of technological changes can be seen with respect to the relationship between work and production itself. And this is changing slowly. The traditional employer-employee relationship is increasingly being mediated through a commercialized relationship, as we see in gig and platform economy, and not through a labor relationship. Whether this will consolidate further is to be seen. But what is required is that we will have to modify labor laws, legislations to protect labor rights in this new paradigm. Finally, I think there is the gendered impact of technological changes. So it will, any kind of technological changes, including digitalization, it will affect men and women differently. And it is likely that it may lead to a widening gap in terms of wages, skill, and gender equality. Gender differences are likely to be reproduced because of women's more vulnerable position vis-a-vis their employers, and because of existing inequalities in the workplace linked to gender discrimination, and also in the division of caring and housework responsibilities. In fact, one study has pointed out that larger proportion of female workforce is at high risk for automation than the male workforce. So I think there are various studies that are coming out, but there is also a lot of heterogeneity where technological impacts are concerned. So a lot more research is really needed, to understand what the impacts really are at the firm level. So I think in short, where the impact of technological changes is concerned, we need more research on possible reorganizing of production process, because the impact of technology depends on how technologies are introduced and deployed within firms. And second, I think a gendered understanding of the impact of technological changes is also needed. I'll stop here, Kevin.
Thank you so much. Okay, now I would not like to waste any more time by talking, because I would like the participants in the room to ask questions. And please, if you could limit comments, but make specific questions. So the first person who raised his hand was here, that I saw at least, was here in the front. So could we please give him a microphone? Perhaps actually, thank you, Surya. You need to keep the button pressed until it turns on.
Yeah, thank you. This is Sekandar Alimina from Bangladesh, representing an NGO called Safety and Rights Society, in brief SRS. There are lots of study on value chain, and we know that where the profit are concentrating. We have experienced during COVID pandemic that workers were not paid fully. The wage theft issue has been raised. Now my question, it may be Suraya or Mustafiz, anyone can give answer. The question is, do you agree with the issue that wage theft? Is it, and if you agree that yes, it is wage theft, then where we should go for remedy? Thank you.
Sure,
I think I should respond a quick response to you, and then maybe I think maybe he can tell you more. During the COVID, it is not decided by individual factory. It's a government and the workers. Every tripartite is a discuss. It's a decision from the government, and then everybody followed the same. For example, I can give you several examples. For example, my factory. I have another colleague here. We also paid full amount of money. We have not actually followed government rules. We paid full amount of money from my factory. So that is a different scenario. But that is the minimum we have to accept during the COVID time. That's just 1 month. It's not that many. But other time, even they have not worked, we have paid them full. So that was a cash flow crisis, and that was the government decision. I don't think it was a salary theft. I really cannot agree with you. Probably you have a different information. Thank you.
Okay. Can we move to the next question? And can you please give the mic to the woman over there that was raising her hand?
My questions, please.
Oh, sorry, you have the mic already. Okay, go ahead, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rupesh Adhikari. So my question is, recently I heard from Ravi sir that there should be equal or should be manage the profit, how to distribute between employees and employer. So my question is, employees work like 10 to 5, they have their own holidays, and even when they work overtime, they get paid. But employer, first they have a plan for the business, then they implement business, they create employment opportunities for the employees, and day and night, he has to think that at the end of the month, he has to pay all employees, even he get profit or loss. So when there is a situation when he has to get bankrupt or get lost, there will be nobody, there will be no employees, all employees will go to another organization, another company. So why do you think that there should be the equal profit distribution between employer and employees? Thank you.
Thank you. And can we pass the mic on to someone? Yeah, to your right. That table, there's quite a few questions there, so if you could pass the mic there, and then Surya can respond. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So I did not say equal distribution or division. I said fair. And fair could mean employee should get more than half. So equal does not mean that the employers. But addressing the substance of your question, I think we should not pitch it employers versus employees. We need both to make it a sustainable business. And we cannot just focus on employers and employees. We also need to look at consumers, the others who are there as part of society, as part of market ecosystem. So we should see this as part of ecosystem. And in the current model of free market economy that we have, the global supply chains that we have, if you buy one pair of shoes in Europe for $100, the question we should be asking is, how much money is made by that worker who produced that pair of shoes? That is the question we should be asking. So employers, of course, work hard, and that also promote human rights if you create more business and more opportunities. So I think no one is denying that important role of companies and employers. But at the same time, if we look at the data in terms of poverty and inequality, that is telling a story, and that story is that the employees are getting exploited, not employers, most of the time. So we need to fix this power imbalance.
Thank you. And then on the table, we have a couple of questions. So can we take 2 questions, and then we'll go to the answers? Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone. This is Ume Leila from HomeNet Pakistan, an organization working for the women in the informal sector and specifically the home-based workers. So my question is to Mr. Surya. You mentioned about the 3 Ps, poverty, pollution, and power imbalances. So what we have seen over the years is that a huge dichotomy exists between all these threes in the informality, and we have seen informality increasing. So the huge supply chain exists between the garment and textile manufacturing chains. It's the South Asian trend. So what would be your suggestion that since the laws are coming up, the directives are coming up, the national action plans are being set up, how would you see, what would be your suggestions to ensure the inclusion of the informality in the global and supply chains, because the UNGP guidelines talk about the 3rd tier, whereas in totality or in reality, we don't see that the suppliers and the brands, they are taking any notice of this informality in the global supply chains of the garment. And I would also like to hear from Mr. Mustafi's experience in Bangladesh, how they have tackled this thing. So this is my point. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I mean, informal economy is a big elephant in the room that the BHR discourse has not dealt with head-on, in my view, so far. Let me start with this, that as far as the soft international standards are concerned, including the UN guiding principles, they don't make a distinction between formal and informal, because they apply to all business enterprises of all shapes and sizes and doesn't really matter. But when it comes to the formal mandatory due diligence legislation, or even the legislation at the domestic level which are already there, they are primarily targeting formal. Now there are many ILO colleagues in the room. The ILO approach is, let us formalize the informal. And I think that may happen, that could be part of the solution, but my dialogue with the ILO colleagues has always been that cannot be the solution. It can be part of the solution, because the challenges that we're often talking about are already in the formal sector. So merely because we will formalize the informal economy, that will not solve everything. Moreover, this formalization is unlikely to happen in South Asia next 20 years. You cannot have this complete 75–80% of the economy becoming formal overnight. That's not happening. So we need to find solutions and the standards. And perhaps we need to develop new ideas and tools that are more suitable for the informal economy, business, micro, and all those. I mean, I have a more provoking point on this that probably I will skip this, but.
Yeah, I think the issue is still really the formal sector. We are actually having a lot of problems, and we still need to address, because, for example, if we talk about Bangladesh, we are the global. If you talk about the global supply chain, we are second largest in the world in the apparel supply. So we are mostly focusing on that, because other sectors are still very little, and the impact is also very little. So in that way, we really want to address on formal sector for sure. But it is true that sometimes, for example, I wanted to give you an example of the minimum wages, for example, in Bangladesh. When we are talking about the minimum wages for the apparel industry, the government also has to think about the other industry, because it also have another impact on the other informal sector as well, because the labor is not, it cannot be what do you say, like a cheap labor. It's not a cheap labor. It's we need to think about competitive labor, or maybe sometime, and that is the reason in Bangladesh when government is thinking that we have to go for a higher minimum wages, then they have to rethink all the sectors at the same time. So we are addressing actually in a good way in Bangladesh, but still I think the formal sector is still the main driving area where everybody needs to address, and we are also getting pressure from the brands regarding this mandatory human rights due diligence nowadays, and we are also addressing a lot, because in Bangladesh, if you talk about safety, if you talk about greening the industry, we are really in a high standard now. But we also think that we also need to go a long way. So that is what we are doing. But I think we are still not have finished. But it's a long journey to go.
Thank you very much. And as you saw, Surya came to me. We were thinking the same again. We want no more questions for Surya, please. So whoever has a hand for Pari or for Rika, please raise your hand. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, also, I'm just going to say you guys only have 7 minutes, so you have to wind it up in
Yeah,
7 minutes.
thank you. Please keep questions very short and succinct. Thank you.
But I have one question to Mr. Surya Dev.
No, sorry.
Because it is very important, as he is a consultant of ILO, I just want to ask him that he mentioned very rightly that employee should get the profit margin from the employer, and which is already in Bangladesh. By law, in Bangladesh, all the employers are bound to share their profit to the employer. But what do you think, that the brands or the buyers, they should share also their profit to the manufacturers? And should ILO or the West will act accordingly to make a mandatory law that the brand and the main beneficiary will share their profit to the manufacturer also? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please raise your hands if you have questions for Pari and or Rika. Harpreet will give you the mic. Surya can respond in 15 seconds.
No, I mean, I already answered that question. I mean, if you have listened to my intervention, I already said that the brand should be paying better. They're not paying fair price. I mean, that's already there in my reflection. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, I think I just got mansplained. But my question to Pari is, Surya talked about the importance of trade unions in promoting workers' rights. But we all know that there's shrinking spaces and closed spaces when it comes to trade union in South Asia. And I would like to hear from you, how do you think this shrinking spaces for trade unions is going to impact workers' rights in South Asia? And another question in regard to I think this could be answered by Rika or Mustafiz. There's a lot of outsourcing and contract-based work going on out in Asia, and one of the main reasons behind that is companies do not want to take the burden of employee benefits and social security. In that regard, I would like to hear from both of you, how do we not leave everyone behind, and all those who are outsourcers are also brought into the safety net of social security and employee benefits? Thank you.
First question, repeat in a few words. Repeat the first question, please. Thank you.
How does the shrinking spaces for trade unions impact workers' rights and employers' benefits in South Asia?
You're asking about civic space of trade unions.
Yes. How does the shrinking spaces for trade unions? Because you represent media, and media is also a voice.
I think we can only, yes. So yeah, I think in that case, I know. Yes, I'm not the right person to answer this question.
Okay, Rika,
yes.
Can you come in, please? We would really appreciate your guidance here. Thank you.
Okay, I think while Rekha is getting back online, I'm just going to give this one last question because we've not had any questions from the back, and they've had their hand raised for very long.
Excellent, thank you.
Hi, I'm Basudev. I work with gig and platform workers. My question was something that came from Surya towards Mustafiz. It was with regards to saying that how can collective bargaining be brought in by the manufacturers and the garment workers in your part, where it's not a race to bottom anymore, and who are the people who can actually intervene in these processes so that such a collective bargaining can be done with the brands, with the these multinational organizations. Thank you.
Probably you know about, we have a system in our country regarding it's called participation committee. Every factory has a participation committee for our for the collective bargain in the factory. It is mandatory by law, but the trade union formation has a lot of issues. Actually, there are some regulatory issues. There are some issues with among the trade unions, the leaders. There are some issues. So until and unless we address from the legislative side regarding how you form, how you negotiate with your supply chain, if there is no regulations, what I say, that regulatory things are not coming up, we cannot go for like a formal trade union. So the things what we are practicing right now is to negotiate anything with our workforce is through the participation committee, and every factory has their own participation committee. And it is an elected committee. It is not it is not that we forcefully doing this or keep picking up randomly. It is done by a proper election process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kevin and Harpreet. Is there a room for quick another question? Someone promised in 30 seconds.
Okay, in 30 seconds.
Well, we have 15 seconds till time, so please proceed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Please go ahead
for
fast.
giving mic to me. My name is Zia and I'm from Awaz.
Okay, something is happening here.
Two people are asking questions?
Yes, go ahead. Last question. Very last question.
So I believe upon the consumers' rights, and my question is very simple. What is happening for the consumers' education on human rights due diligence processes? Because at the end of the day, the money is coming from the pockets of the consumers. So whether the consumers can actually hold brands accountable, and what are the initiatives taken by any of the organizations around the world on educating consumers for holding brands accountable?
Because there is no brand representative here. I think there should be a brand representative here in this discussion. They can respond to your question better, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. I think
Just one last question.
One last question.
I believe
you have 20 seconds.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I'll just move on to the question. South Asia is not only exporter of products, but human resources supply is a major source for economic of developing countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, and India. And ethical recruitment should be a major part of this supply chain. However, even the third-party auditing manufacturing companies face problems such as corruption from the very level of vendor application. So my question is to all the panelists that how should we address this? That because this is a major problem. The corruption starts from the very base level of the HR department in this industry. So my question is to all the panelists for addressing this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hari, would you like to respond?
And you only have like 15 seconds.
Okay, so I will say as an example in this case. So what happened is that in India, in many of the major brands that they have export houses based in south and north part of India, we saw that there were rampant exploitations taking place among the women especially, and these women belongs to marginalized communities, this is nothing new. But we should focus on a positive example that happened recently. For example, last year, H&M signed a binding agreement with Indian, with the worker unions and some of the parties to make sure that such kind of exploitation does not take place ever again in the export houses, especially when it comes to women. So I think this is one good example and can be implemented by the other brands who has their export houses in India. And I think this is one step, and we should focus on that. I think, yeah.
Thank you. Can I get a big round of applause for my 4 speakers? Thank you so much. Back to Harpreet Kaur, the orchestrator of the forum.
And I've taken over the stage first because this is like for all the colleagues who are moderating the sessions. Know when I'm here, you know that you cannot go any beyond that time. So that's like my explicit sign. Please, you need to really end the session. But thank you, Kevin, Pari, Mustafiz, Rekha, who's here online, but also Surya for this excellent session. I think we've really started in a great spirit. This is not just the last session on global supply chains, by the way. We do have more sessions on global supply chains, but there also are so many of the other issues that have been raised by the panelists here, I think would be discussed over the next 3 days. So thank you for this inspiring, exciting conversation. I think it's time for us to go to the tea break. So thank you very much. And a couple of announcements before we go to the tea break. Okay, the tea break starts now. Please come back by 3:15. Please take all of your stuff outside because this is like a big plenary hall. We're going to divide it into 2 rooms. There are going to be 2 sessions, 2 parallel sessions after this, which starts at 15:15, 3:15 that is. The first session is going to be on the government action on promoting responsible business in South Asia. We have governments here speaking from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from Sri Lanka, I think also Nepal. So please join us for that session. The session is going to be at this very room. We would also have actually a really interesting session with young workers and future of work. We have 2 young people talking about their journey, which would also be moderated by the chair of the UN Working Group. So I think that's going to be a really exciting session. It's going to be on this room C where you had the trainings in the morning. So please enjoy some tea, take all of your stuff because we're going to have to rearrange the rooms and come back here at 3:15. Thank you, everyone.
Recording stopped. Recording stopped.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Adab, namaste, namaskar, salam again. Are we all back in the room so that we can start? Just to reconfirm, this is the session where we are talking the government action on promoting responsible businesses in South Asia. Yeah, maybe we can just give it one more minute and then we'll proceed. The people at the door, if you are wondering what the session is, this is the government conversation, action on responsible business in South Asia. Yes, if I can also request the supporting colleagues to get the door closed, like just ajar, for us to start the program, please. Okay. Yeah. So welcome again. So this is very, very important session. Again, government action on promoting responsible business in South Asia. And for that, I'm going to request and invite my colleague, Mr. Samad Aftab, research analyst from UNDP Pakistan, to take it over and also moderate the next panel session. Please also do invite your panelists. Thank you so very much, Samad. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, to all of you here in person, and greetings from Kathmandu to those who are joining online. Namaste to our warm hosts in Nepal. I'll just take a few minutes of your time to provide some background, set the context for this discussion, which indeed is a key discussion on how to take forward the UN guiding principles in South Asia and the role of the states in the region on how the UN guiding principles can be implemented in the real world, moving from paper to practice, of course, which is the theme that has been discussed since the morning. As Nia said, I work at UNDP Pakistan as a business and human rights researcher, and it's really a pleasure to welcome you all to this discussion, which centers around the action of South Asian governments on implementing the UN guiding principles in the real world. And especially a major theme for today's discussion is how rights holders can be included in the process, in actually implementing the UN guiding principles, in particular workers, local communities, human rights, and environmental defenders. So the different South Asian countries, we all face an array of quite similar development and human rights challenges, and these have been compounded in recent years by the pandemic, the impacts of climate change as well. So for example, recently the World Bank shared a statistic that over the last 2 decades, over 750 million South Asians have suffered from some environmental related or climate change related disaster. Extreme poverty and inequalities are also common across the region, and these are often directly or indirectly linked to irresponsible business practices and gaps in good governance. Another major commonality across the region is that the informal sector constitutes the majority of South Asian economies, and as we know, most workers in the informal sector don't have sufficient or in fact any social protections, and there's a major challenges in the fulfillment of their fundamental labor standards. Migrant workers, and of course there's specific thematic sessions for this across the forum, but as we know, migrant workers are amongst the groups which face a whole host of human rights violations simply in their journey to attain their livelihoods for themselves and for their families. And again, this is something which is common across the South Asian region. Poor working conditions, minimal OHS, occupational health and safety standards, and environmental impacts on communities are again common across South Asia. And finally, access to justice, or if we talk in a UN guiding principles language, access to effective and timely remedy under Pillar 3 also remains elusive. And these challenges are all especially acute and disproportionately faced by women and vulnerable and marginalized communities. Globally, as we know, the adoption of national action plans has been a key means by states to address business-related human rights issues, and South Asia is no exception. So now many states in the region have been developing their own national action plans. Pakistan was the first one to launch a national action plan in 2021, and the government of Nepal, my understanding, is also very close to finalizing their NAP, and other countries in the region, including India, Maldives, Bangladesh, and so forth, have also taken related initiatives towards developing their own action plans. And all of these policy directions have enabled the states to have a focused and strategic approach towards aligning our legal institutional policy frameworks with the guiding principles. But obstacles remain for both states and businesses to fulfill their duty to protect and responsibility to respect human rights respectively. For states, implementation of the guiding principles at the local and community level, that can be very far removed from policy developments. Your national action plans are developed in your capitals. Are these actually translating at the local level, and especially in some of the countries in South Asia, which are devolved and decentralized states? Further, despite the development of national action plans, policy coherence, even in countries with national action plans, for example, like Pakistan, policy coherence remains a challenge where human rights is seen as the mandate of the leading entity, and that it doesn't necessarily apply to other government ministries or departments or regulatory bodies. So in this also, there needs to be some action taken, and what I'm hoping is that from today's discussion, it can also be sort of discussed how the UN guiding principles can be instilled across the array of state institutions which act as an economic actor. So when we talk about international trade agreements, financial and commercial agreements, development, infrastructure lending, and so forth, how can the guiding principles also translate across there from beyond just regular business activity? In terms of Pillar 2, for businesses, as we all know, the key action is implementing or is conducting human rights due diligence, both in and of itself, but also a major incentive, as we know, is the development of mandatory human rights due diligence in key export markets. And this will, of course, be discussed in more detail in a specific section to that. But the common challenge for South Asian states is that in an informal economy, how do businesses credibly implement human rights due diligence, especially in the lower tiers? So what is the role of the state in supporting businesses in being able to conduct due diligence, and especially your SMEs? That's also something which will be discussed in one or two of the questions. So to conclude, with these array of many challenges, including the trans-boundary challenges of migration, the borderless nature of environmental challenges, and the similar context of South Asian informal economies, this session offers a really important opportunity to discuss and recommend actions which South Asian governments and businesses across the region may utilize to effectively implement the UNGPs in the real world and not just on paper. What we hope to achieve from this discussion especially is the sharing of best practices for meaningful stakeholder consultation by the state, especially rights holders represented by workers, local communities, indigenous communities, and human rights and environmental defenders. And how can the state place rights holders at the heart of implementing the guiding principles in South Asia? So to discuss these key issues, we have 4 esteemed panelists representing 4 different governments of South Asia. And now I would like to respectfully invite them to the stage, and then we'll begin the series of a discussion. I'll start with Mr. Phanindra Gautam, who's Joint Secretary, Ministry of Law, Justice and Parliamentary Affairs from the Government of Nepal. If you can please make yourself to the stage, sir. Next, we have from the Government of Sri Lanka, Ms. Vasanta Pereira, Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Prison Affairs and Constitutional Reforms. Next, I'll invite Mr. Mohammad Munir Hussain Haldar, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Commerce, Government of Bangladesh. And finally, from the Government of Pakistan, Ms. Khaula Batul, a Deputy Director at the Ministry of Human Rights. All right, so let's begin. I'll be asking 2 to 3 rounds of questions depending on how we go for time, and you'll have approximately 5 minutes to respond. So let's begin and to discuss some of these South Asian policy developments regarding business and human rights. And I'll start with Mr. Phanindra Gautam from the government of Nepal. Sir, starting the discussion with these policy developments in South Asia, the government of Nepal is in the final stages of developing its National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. Can you take us through this journey? What steps were involved? And if you can share some examples of how rights holders were included in the drafting process and any ideas that the government of Nepal has for also including rights holders during the implementation of the National Action Plan. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for providing us this forum to address you all. Actually, as our Chief Secretary already shared at the inaugural session, that Nepal is in the final stage of bringing up the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. We in Nepal have understood these UN guiding principles not as a set of new state obligations, but rather a new approach, new way of coming up to the implementation level of the whatever state has already committed to. And with this new orientation, keeping these things in mind, we have conducted series of consultations. At the beginning, Thailand was the first country in the region to come up with this National Action Plan. In our initial discussions, Thai colleague advised us that you must not hurry in bringing up National Action Plan. You must first have enough consultation at different level so that its implementation will be smooth, easy, and this is the easier way of go. So accordingly, we prior to actually start drafting the consultation, the National Action Plan, we conducted a series of consultation at the provincial level and at the central level also with the different stakeholders, sometimes we sat separately with the media, sometimes with lawyers, sometimes with human rights organization and NSRIs and so many other institutions, so that our understanding is common at the minimum. So first approach we had in mind was that. So we took it as a multi-stakeholder approach because human rights being a cross-cutting issue all over the governance level. So we must agree on whatever we are doing at the minimum. So accordingly, we developed the understanding, and ultimately we came up with the draft national plan. And now government of Nepal is thinking to organize a national validation workshop. After that, it would be submitted to the Council of Ministers for its final adoption, and we are thinking to bring up as soon as possible, and at least before our June meeting to be held in Thailand. So this is all about how we actually work and how we are proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam. So regarding just as a follow-up question, at the validation workshop, so again, is the plan to have a series of different stakeholders who will be able to look at the National Action Plan and provide the feedback, and this will include civil society, different types of rights holders. So I'll move to Ms. Vasanta from the government of Sri Lanka, and maybe if we can take a step back. Sri Lanka is still one of the states which may be considering developing a similar policy, but maybe in terms of discussing some of the potential drivers for why South Asian states are taking forward business and human rights and are considering the development of national action plans and similar policy measures. If you can share some suggestions from there. And in your experience, what are some best practices to ensure that such policy documents actually translate from paper to practice into the real world?
Thank you very much. And, first I would like to congratulate those who have developed the action plans and ready to move ahead, and some are on the way. The cardinal fact is that we are all in different stages, but we are all lined up in the right direction, towards the right direction. So in Sri Lanka, plays it's one of the major and I would say priority to respect all these generally accepted, internationally accepted, I would say best practices in all areas, business, human rights in business and other areas, not only in business. So that is vital, and we are very seriously following it up. And although we do not have a paper, action plan written in a paper, we have done a lot. So, and there is a huge room for the improvement as well, I must acknowledge that. And to implement this plans to action, I would say that the state has to support with the right policies and bringing new legislation to make it compulsory or mandatory where necessary. And also, I would say the government should provide the platform to have all stakeholder consultations. So it's vital that everybody takes ownership to these plans, otherwise it will be very, very challenging in implementing the plans. Therefore, wider stakeholder consultations in planning, and then continuous dialogue. Not only in planning, continuous dialogue is very, very important to see while implementation where things are going right, where things are going wrong, and then adjust it. And also, I would say there has to be carrot and stick approach as well. If you monitor someone, whether he's complying to certain rules, regulations, and the accepted principles, okay, in some way, we can reward them. We can reward them either tax holidays or tax rebates, or in some way giving awards or stars or something. And also there has to be auditing. A strict compliance auditing also has to be there. And in most of SAARC member countries, I think we have financial auditing. But performance auditing is much more important than financial auditing to me. So those indicators have to be developed collectively. And also, in earlier sessions, I heard that invest early, which is very important. If you give this, idea to the school-going children to include it in human rights in a serious manner in the school curriculum, the children will learn to respect all everybody, and the equality will be one of the principles that they will be mindful of. And also, CSR activities that respect human rights can be give more prominence. And these are the things that I would say that will help to implement all these plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira. With your permission, I'll ask a follow-up question again in terms of international development. So for example, the legislation that is being developed in export markets like Europe and other states, like human rights due diligence legislation. So in Sri Lanka also, is this being, what are the levels of awareness about this amongst government, amongst businesses, about these international developments, and how do you think the country, so how can the state better prepare its businesses for these international developments like due diligence requirements, human rights due diligence requirements?
Okay, and I would like to highlight 3 things. As members of SAARC region, not only for Sri Lanka, I think we should not miss this opportunity. It's a great opportunity that we have in front of us. The recent World Bank publication, South Asia's Turn, it says There is 1 million young people enter the workforce every month in South Asia region, and a quarter of the world's working adults will live in South Asia by 2030. And also it says South Asia can seize the opportunity to become the world's next manufacturing and export powerhouse. As the workforce ages and labor costs are rising in some other regions, many eyes will turn towards South Asia. So we should not miss this opportunity, this golden opportunity. So we better get ready with this, all these human rights aspects, equality, and also that not only employee recognition or satisfaction, but global recognition also will be there. And also the international business culture that you have to adhere to. It's a culture for best practices, not merely culture for compliance now. So if I may take a good example, that Sri Lanka is one of the champions, early champions in ethical labor practices in garment sector. I hope some of you can remember Garments Without Guilt, that program where ethical sourcing was practiced, and we even had green factories with zero carbon emissions and high labor standards. So the number 3 that I would say, global recognition, that will help you to grow, to be eligible for GSP and GSP plus status and all. So is that what you asked? Sorry, okay, right, thank you. So these 3 are the ones that I think we should be mindful of.
Thank you, and it's important. Your mention of GSP Plus is also very relevant to other South Asian countries, and using that example, maybe we can move to government of Bangladesh and Mr. Hawaldar. Again, talking about international drivers, international incentives for responsible business practices, if we look at the international context. In Bangladesh, from your perspective, can you share any examples of how the government can support businesses in being better prepared for these changes, for these requirements of Bangladeshi businesses with regards to these new developments? Market.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say something in favor of our country, that is Bangladesh. This is Mohammad Munir Hossain Hawaldar, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Commerce from Bangladesh. Thank you again for the question. First, I would like to express the strength and challenges of our country, then I will go to the question. Bangladesh is a very small country, you know, only 1,47,000 square kilometer area, but 17 crore people in our country. At first, I have to express the achievement of our country for last 1 or 2 years. Then I will go to the question. We have exported 60 billion last year, and among these RMG, that is ready-made garments, is 50 billion. Near about 83% of our export commodities, of whole commodities, is RMG, and 35% growth in this sector we have achieved in 2022, then 2021. And we have platinum garments factory 66, gold factory 1,111, silver 10, certified 4. Total 191 factory in our country, which is certified factories by lead a international organization. You know, green factories in our country, 9 out of 10 in the world. We are the second largest exporting RMG in the world, and first is China. But even then, we are graduating by 2026 from LDC, least development countries, and so we have some challenges. Challenge from these, even today, our poverty, education, knowledge gap, awareness leakage, supply chain, and we have some leakage in HRDD, that is human right due diligence. In compliance, we have some challenges. We have some strength also, skilled labor, cheap labor than rich countries. Natural resources like water and plain land. Port facilities we have, this is our strength, and capacity of power. We have already generated 25,000 megawatt capacity power. And another one is dividend demography, etc. We have already established some special institutions, that is BIDA, Bangladesh Economic Zone Authority, and we have some institutions already established for compliance issue, that is we call DIFE, environmental authorities, and another one from private sector, that is RSC, Sustainable Ready-Made Garments Sustainable Council. But we think we have gap between in our compliance sector, and for this we need some knowledge from international bodies, and we always welcome, Bangladesh always welcome international bodies, UN bodies to work in this gap. We have made some rules, regulation in recent future. 2013, our labor law, already we formulated regulation in 2022. Everything is new to compete the challenge which is coming. We have formulated our national action plan. So there is another challenge to execute these rules and regulations, laws in our practical field. This is our main challenge. And for this reason, we have thinking about dialogue, awareness. We are looking for different type of suggestions from international bodies, and for this reason we are here. And we believe if we discuss our limitations or challenges to international body, they can give us suggestions, and we want to learn from the world, modern world, so that our national action plan or executive policies should be fit to compete the challenge. We are formulating our rules regulation in line with sustainable development goal, so that Bangladesh can comply or achieve the goals by 2030, and Bangladesh government is aware about it. Also, we are formulating different type of institutions to help the small and medium enterprises, our heavy industries, and special industries. And we always invite the investment from around the world, including South Asia. I think that policy or regulation should not be common for all the countries. According to their strength and according to their limitations, they have to provide it in respect of South Asia. So thank you again for giving me the chance.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for your remarks. I'll move to Ms. Khaula Batul now from the government of Pakistan. So Pakistan being the first country in South Asia with a National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. It's been over a year now. So maybe you can share some recommendations, some challenges as well about the implementation of the National Action Plan. But to start with, can you share any examples of important legislative, regulatory or policy updates which were a result of the National Action Plan in terms of promoting human rights and business activity?
Thank you for your question. Before explaining legislative and policy reforms, I would like to mention that Pakistan's National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights has 69 actions in total, and these are divided into 8 priority areas. Those 8 priority areas were selected on the basis of extensive consultative processes, and then also we had conducted a national baseline assessment, and they particularly focus on inclusion of vulnerable and marginalized groups in Pakistan, for instance, women, children, persons with different abilities, transgender community. And the National Action Plan itself contains provisions that there should be mapping exercises in areas where we have legislative and policy gaps, and also to give recommendations in this regard. Some of the achievements, I would say, that recently with the assistance of UNDP Pakistan, we conducted a research and then introduced guidelines on, well, they are draft guidelines for businesses on human rights due diligence, and they are under review, and they will be shared with other stakeholders for their feedback, and once we have consensus on them, they would be definitely notified through appropriate forum. I'm not saying that we are introducing human rights due diligence law in the near future, but we are on that track. Apart from that, I would also like to mention that we had mapping exercises on subjects like gender pay gap and occupational health and safety, and those mapping exercises have been shared with provincial stakeholders to bring necessary reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Batul, and it's very interesting to hear about the business and human rights guidelines, and we look forward to seeing how they develop and whether in the future they can move from voluntary to some sort of mandatory requirements as well, and maybe that's something which we can discuss in the later half of the session as well. One of the things you noted is how the National Action Plan implementation includes the mapping of marginalized communities as it relates to business activity, so protecting vulnerable workers. So that's a good segue to the second half, the second round of questions, which focuses on how the UN guiding principles provide a framework for protecting the most vulnerable in relation to business activity. So I'll start with Ms. Vasanta for this question. And regarding South Asia being amongst the most climate vulnerable regions, there's now increasing acknowledgement globally of the linkage between business and human rights, environmental justice, and climate change. Can you share any examples from the Sri Lankan experience of how government may be engaging and consulting local communities in order to promote their right to a healthy environment, especially as it relates to business activity?
Okay. Actually, we have a very serious environment impact assessment done for all big projects in Sri Lanka before it's being approved. So the proponent, when they come out with these proposals to start business, they have to carry out an environment impact assessment, EIA. I think most of our countries follow that. And once they do it, there is a technical team to go through it and validate all their findings and their facts that they present. And then if they see it is okay, they publish it for public to comment for 30 days. So anybody who is against this, certain conditions, can highlight those. And that's a very serious action that the government is very keen to say that there is a very good impact assessment studies done on the effects of the environment. And when the public comment on these issues, then again there is this technical committee looking into that, and vice versa, you know, they have to, otherwise they will not get approved, the project will not get approved. That's in general to maybe all our member countries. But I have another small example that is maybe small, but its impact is very high, unique to Sri Lanka. You know, there are about 25% of our land mass is preserved by law. They are either forests or wildlife areas or fisheries or coastal areas. So they are protected by law. But there are other small land pockets that which are very highly environmental sensitive. And these are not protected by law, so people tend to destroy them. Not purposely, but maybe ignorant about it. So the community has, actually this program was led by the Ministry of Environment in Sri Lanka. They have invited people to identify such environmental sensitive areas, ESAs. And they have assigned some technical, you know, scoring of such areas to identify how sensitive they are. And then out of that, they have selected 200 small pockets, environmental sensitive areas. Some of the areas are highly impacted on the economy of the local community because certain places they do inland fishery, something like that. And then they get the community to protect that area. And going further, the government has approved a policy. The policy was prepared in consultation with the community to protect them and give more authority to this local community to protect the area. They did not allow, now they do not allow outsiders to come and destroy that area. So a small example, but that's going to be very impactful and it's a very successful example from Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, and that indeed that's an example which maybe I'd like to use to continue to the next question again, which is including the rights holders in these processes and getting their input so that they themselves are the owners of development. Mr. Haldar, in Bangladesh, like Nepal, by 2026 will be graduating to a middle income country, and this will bring both opportunities but also challenges. Can you share any ideas from the government's perspective about how this transition can include the rights holders, can include local indigenous communities also in the process, so that the gains received from this transition aren't distributed only to a select few, but to wider society and benefit especially the most vulnerable communities?
Thank you again to giving me the chance to say something regarding sustainable, ethical, and green. We are graduating by 2026, and Bangladesh obviously will face some challenges after graduation. We cannot give extra benefit from different type of sectors according to WTO rules and regulations. For this reason, we will face some challenges, obviously. For this reason, Bangladesh government has already taken different type of initiatives, and I have already mentioned in my previous speech that we have formulated some acts, we have rectified some acts, we have formulated some regulations, we have already created National Action Plan for Labor, and we have established some economic zone, we have established some export processing zone, and different types of investment authority. so that direct foreign investment may come to our country. As we are doing better in our RMG sector, we are trying to keep this betterment, and for this reason we have to be more compliant than present, and for this reason we are giving emphasis in compliance and environmentally compliance, labor-oriented compliance, that is human rights due diligence, different types of supply chain, and other issues. We are emphasis on them. For this reason, government already employed some people in different type of institution. I already mentioned here, that is DIFE and RSC from private sector, and we are looking for different types of ideas, and we are looking from the ideas who have already graduated in the world before. We'll learn from them. We know that Nepal is also graduating 2026, but their perspective and our perspective is different. They have already 3 crore people and our 17 crore people, but land area is same almost. 1,41,000 square kilometer, our 147 lakh square kilometer, so almost same. So, but we have some facilities also. We have a big port. We have already created another port, and this is Paira port in our southern area to facilitate our export. We have transportation facilities and water, plain land, I already uttered. But we have lacking in some spaces. Lackings in our knowledge, ideas, and mindset also. Who are doing good in this area, in our business person. Somebody is doing very well. They are emphasizing the issues of compliance and somewhere lack of compliance. And we are trying to be better in compliance issues. We know if we can be more compliant than present, we'll be able to keep our position, that is second position in the world, and we can make growth in RMG sectors. Side by side, we are looking for diversification. Our second sector is footwear and leather. Leather footwear, we have tea also. Besides this, we have ICT and information communication technology. So we are looking for diversification. If we can do better in diversification industry, if we can establish more diversification industry other than RMG, then the size of RMG export will be same, but other sector will be coming day by day. So our government is aware about it. That is, before graduation, we will have only 2 years, 2024 and 25. In these 2 years, we have to be more efficient in this sector, in respect of compliance, environment and climate change also, and human rights, responsible business also. So we need input from international bodies like, I think, UNDP, UN, and other international ILO. So we are looking for different type of ideas from them. And in this forum, I would like to invite them in our country to make dialogue or different type of seminar to generate their ideas in our country. so that we can be benefited. But at first, I already mentioned that different types of countries has their different types of strength, their own. On the basis of their strength, we have to take our decision. For that reason, already government formulated different type of laws, but we are lacking of implementation. This is our main point, to implement these laws. We are hopeful if we can implement our laws, regulations perfectly, then our country will do better in near future. We have already created ease of doing business in different corners in our government officials or in institutions. So hope for the best, and I again invite you to come our country and generate your ideas. We want to communicate the special ideas who have in their mind. We offer them, and our government is also doing in this way. So thank you very much for giving me a second chance.
Thank you so much, Mr. Haldar. And if you're suggesting a conference in Bangladesh, that's more than welcome. But please, you must help. For us to get visas, it's not very easy to travel, and so if you do have this conference, please help with the visa. And that's
Thank you very much for this.
So I'll move to the next question, Mr. Phanindra Gautam, again with the theme of including rights holders. You spoke about how rights holders were included in the drafting and will also be included in the in the national validation workshop. If we talk about Pillar 3, remedy, can you share some examples of how this has been incorporated into the National Action Plan and how the government may be engaging rights holders to help claim their rights in this regard?
In our view, the remedial measures, both preventive and curative, as suggested in the UN guidelines, are very critical while making national plan of actions. So we have tried our best to strengthen both formal and informal mechanism of redressal of grievances arising out of human rights violations. And in this whole process, different mechanisms at different levels have been suggested. And in some of the law, before we are much familiar with these guidelines, some of Nepali laws have already created avenues for providing remedial measures, both public and private sector also. So I think these are not something very new to us. So many laws have that type of provisions. But again, our approach in these guidelines is to strengthen those measures, those remedial procedures, so that effective remedy in case of violation of human rights can be achieved at the industry level first. Then if industry level fails to respect its responsibility, then again, state institutions, state mechanism is there to sort out them. And for this, these pillar provisions focus promotive and preventive part by holding private sector to be more transparent and accessible in terms of embracing remedial mechanism. Likewise, the provisions for focal and model officers have been suggested so that the nodal officer take care of the matter first and in an easy, in a smooth manner, so that such kind of disputes, such kinds of grievances can be handled at the first instance. To be precise, it is all about ensuring accessible, inclusive and transparent means and measures to be established and strengthened at private sectors. Continued interaction, policy discussion and more importantly, human rights context assessment through private sectors could also be important to be crafted and implemented. These are all provisions in the draft National Action Plan. And I think these provisions will be there while we adopt the National Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move to Ms. Batul for a final question, and then I think let's open to the audience. I hope there must be a number of questions. But before that, Ms. Batul, again, regarding Pakistan's National Action Plan, especially with reference to engaging rights holders, Pakistan, like Nepal, is a devolved country. Can you share any challenges that have been faced so far with regards to implementing the NAP, raising awareness at the local level, and any ways that the government of Pakistan has or plans to address these challenges?
There were a number of challenges we are still facing, and some of them we had foreseen when we were developing our National Action Plan. The major challenge had been the coordination mechanism between provinces and federal government, because ultimately provinces are the key stakeholders and implementing agents. In order to overcome this challenge, we had notified an interprovincial and interministerial steering committee under the chair of Minister for Human Rights. It was notified like right after launching NAP, and it was supposed to meet quarterly, and it has been a source of great coordination and discussion. For instance, in the last meeting, the provincial stakeholders have been discussing all the developments which have been made, like legislative and policy reforms. They have been considering, they are developing, and then also in the same forum, for instance, we came to know that Sindh Human Rights Commission has added a member having an expertise in business and human rights. So, I mean, it was very invigorating that provinces are taking the lead. And another major challenge I want to highlight here is that Pakistan's major chunk of Pakistan's economy is informal. So it is very kind of challenging how to introduce laws which are focused on human rights due diligence in a sector which is not being regulated. Again, we have requested our provincial counterparts to take lead on this, and they are definitely working on this. Yeah, these were some of the challenges.
Thank you to all the panelists for your remarks, for your recommendations, some of the ideas that you've shared, which again are common to all of our countries in South Asia. We just have under 20 minutes left, so I think let's go to the floor now and open up for audience questions. So yes, if you can please raise your hands, we'll go one by one, and if you can state your name, if you represent an organization, please state that, and please do note if your question is directed to any panelist in particular. I saw a first hand, and I'll try to be as fair as possible, but if my eyes are slow, please forgive me. I saw a first hand over here. Yeah, thank you. We have a few extra mics here if you need.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Bidya Swasta Maharjan. I represent Illegal Road Expansion Struggle Community, Kathmandu Valley. Well, business is in the air, business is on the land, business is in the forest, business is in the water. That means that all the rights holders are indigenous peoples around the world. Well, my question seems a little bit longer. I think I'll take 1 minute. I'll try to shorten it. Nepal has already ratified ILO 169 in 1989, and in United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in 2007, and Maine in 2022. Now my question is, needless to say that government and army of Nepal do business, namely widening the roads to increase the imports of means of transportation that give 500-600% commission to Nepal government. Development aggression had adverse impact on livelihoods of indigenous peoples and locals in their own ancestor land, territory, and resources. By this, I mean to say that not only individual, but the collective rights of the collective human rights of indigenous peoples have been neglected and they have been denied by Nepal government. So in this particular case, how can Mr. Gautam can assure that the coming NAP, I was also there while the writing of the NAP in first session, how it is possible to implement and make assure that all the collective rights of indigenous peoples will be implemented on the grassroots level. Because we have been fighting since more than since 2011, when the unjust illegal road expansion took place in Kathmandu Valley, displacing all the Newa indigenous peoples from their own ancestral land and customary institutions, where indigenous peoples have right to self-determination in United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Article 3. For that, before implementing any business activities on our land, territory, and resources, first, government should make sure to take free, prior, and informed consent, which has been denied till the date. So how it is possible, and can Nepal government still, as I mentioned, like in 1989 ILO, UN RIP in 2007, MIN in 2022, already exist, and still we did not get justice. So how it is possible to implement? Thank you so much.
Hi, Samad, how do you want to go about it? Because I have 4 more questions lined up, so maybe a response first. Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, please, if you can respond. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. This is a very, very relevant question. Actually, the Business and Human Rights Action Plan has 6 major pillars, and one of the pillars of Business and Human Rights Action Plan, the draft action plan of Nepal, is none other than protection of indigenous people's right. And you have correctly pointed out that we have been party to the ILO 169, and also there is a 2007 UN Declaration on the Indigenous people's right, which we call UNDRIPS. So we have well taken care of all these major development of international law, and accordingly the commitment of the state. But again, I would like to emphasize that no right can be exercised in isolation. We have to harmonize with other rights also. Even in case of individual right and community right also, we have to harmonize it, because no right can go in isolation. So I think the draft action plan has well taken care of free, prior, and some consent component also. So thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. So let's go to the next question over there. I would just briefly request if you can keep the questions brief, so that as many people as possible do get the opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Since Bangladesh is going to graduate to middle income country in 2026, my question is, what policies has Bangladesh implemented or are planning to implement to safeguard the rights of its citizens when they are sent to work in other countries? Thank you.
And just to clarify, is the question about migrant workers?
Yes, yeah. Migrant workers.
So how to safeguard the rights of migrant workers abroad?
I think your question about migration from our country to another country, right? Migration to my country to another country, right? Okay. Because we have also migration from from one factory to another, one region to another. So I have questioned about it. Bangladesh, we have immigration law in our country. We follow the immigration law, and in respect of this law, we have already formulated some regulations, and by these regulations, we check about our migration. But legal migration, which are doing our citizens, is lawful, and we sometimes promote this migration, because you know that in respect of remittance, our country, this is our main source of foreign currency, remittances, which are sending our migrated citizens. So we encourage it, but we are trying to migrate those citizens sometimes skillfully. And they are sending remittances, and by these remittances our government can take different type of development activities in our country that are already reflected by this time. So we can say that this is lawful, which are happening is lawful. So we have seen nothing difficulties about it.
Oh, yeah, I have a very small question to panelists from the Pakistan. When you make the NAP, National Action Plan, which ministry was the focal ministry who actually coordinated the action plan, and who are the stakeholder in the governing body when you make the National Action Plan in Pakistan? Thank you.
National Action Plan regarding which?
So Ministry of Human Rights, which is a federal ministry, it took the lead, and it also took the lead because we are also responsible for reporting on 7 core human rights convention. So we sort of linked it with our conventions. And regarding stakeholders, we have a few at federal level, including Ministry of Commerce, Industries, to name a few, and then the subject of labor has been devolved to provinces. So provincial stakeholders were also part of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nischala. I'm with the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development. My question is also directed to Ms. Fatur. I'd really appreciate if you could share some good practices or success stories from Pakistan while drafting and implementing the National Action Plan. Thank you.
Success? Success stories, I think that we are still in the learning process in terms of, so the success story, I would say, is that all the stakeholders, they were sort of informed about the benefits they could get. For instance, the business community was educated about its importance in terms of maintaining Pakistan's GSP plus status. And then we are sort of renewing it. We are reapplying for it in 2024. So I would term it as a success story in terms of educating it. And then immediately after launching NAP, we sort of started awareness campaigns about what National Action Plan is, and then like more education and more awareness. And then we are getting a sort of positive feedback. I would term it as a success story.
My name is Farah Kabir. I'm the country director of Action Aid in Bangladesh. And since I have 4 government representatives, I would like to learn a little bit more, because at the national level we do our own advocacy and lobbying with the national governments. But you all mentioned migrant workers, you all mentioned young people. Do you see yourselves coming together for the protection of the rights of migrant workers? Because whichever country I have traveled to where there are migrant workers, they are either from Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, or another southern country. Now, you were talking about graduating, you're talking about National Action Plan. In those National Action Plan, is there any conversation that you'll also work collectively? Because at the other end, the businesses that come into our country are international, multinational. So how are you going to hold the multinational corporates accountable? Number one, and governments should be able to hold them accountable because there's national legislation and policy and regulation. But we know that beyond that they work. We know how offshore business happen, how the RMG sector does not pay taxes. And we have done research on 500 companies, and we gave it to our government of Bangladesh and the Commerce Ministry. But my point here is, today in 2023, what is the collective conversation that you will all come together as South Asia to protect the rights of the migrant workers where they are going? Can you be an influence? Can you be a bloc? At the national level, we'll fight with our governments. We'll do the advocacy. But here, I want to see you, or would like to see you, as a bloc. This is my first question. And no one has mentioned the informal sector. It's the informal sector that contributes to our economy in a major way. How are we going to protect the human rights of those in the informal sector? So these are my two questions.
Would anyone like to volunteer on the first one? So South Asian collaboration, especially on the challenges of migrant workers. Would anyone like to respond to that?
Thank you very much for this very, very pertinent questions. We also do think sometime we, all countries sitting here as a labor supplying country, not the destination ones. So, talking about migrant workers' right, protection, their protection, is something, sometimes I feel it's quite ironical. We can ensure that we can choose and send migrant workers in a fair procedures. Sometimes we call free ticket fee, visa and other things, scheme like this. But we cannot, on our own, ensure their proper protections unless and until the destination countries are equally liable. And I think, and all of us, I think all of us know it very well that the credential of human right protection in the destination country has not that much age compared to the countries present here. So, at the optimum level, we can ensure that while sending our laborers or while concluding bilateral labor agreements or global compact on protection of migrant workers and other international forum, including the Colombo process and other things, we can request. Only we can request, nothing beyond. And secondly, about the multinationals, if multinationals presents no, this is soft law, madam. This is soft law and it cannot be applied as a hard law like any convention or treaty. This is soft law, only morally binding to all the countries. And as Surya Deva has correctly mentioned earlier in the panel that in Geneva, talks are being held to come up with a binding agreement. That is another aspect. But we cannot ensure safety of our migrant workers in isolation. That is my point first. And so far as the presence of multinational is concerned, if their presence is, physical presence is ensured within national jurisdiction, then we can do ensure minimum protection of human rights. Otherwise, again, it would be difficult, that all of us know. And coming to the informal sectors, as again Surya Deva has correctly pointed out, the guiding principle does not talk about formal, informal, and other small or big. These are uniformly applicable to every business enterprise. And accordingly, we have in Nepal understood the matter and reflected in our draft national action plan. This is all about on my part. Thank you.
So we're almost out of time, but we still have 3 more questions.
Three
so
questions.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you for that question. And you know, as Sri Lanka is on our way to make this national action plan, this is one of the things that we are seriously concerning about. And in addition to what my colleague from Nepal said, what we do is bilateral agreements. You know, sometimes there can't be you know, agreements for all the countries that our people migrate to, but what we do is we discuss and agree with that particular country with bilateral agreements, so to safeguard the work rights. And the laws are also in place to protect them with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Samad, just conscious of time,
yes,
if it's okay with you and the panel, maybe
yes,
3 questions at a time. You can go to the response and the closing end. Is that all
yes,
right?
Yes,
and
that's
for the colleague, he will be speaking in Nepalese, and I have Manoj Dada helping me because he wanted to voice it himself, so we're going to respect that.
नमस्ते, म खड्गछार मगर। म पहिचान भएको व्यक्ति, अपाङ्गता भएको व्यक्तिको प्रतिनिधित्व गर्छु र मेरो प्रश्न नेपाल सरकारको प्रतिनिधिलाई, यो एक्सन प्लान बनाउँदै गर्दा अपाङ्गता भित्रमा पनि विशेष गरेर बहुपहिचान अनुसार प्रभाव पनि बहु हुने भएको हुनाले उनीहरूको त्यो सम्बोधन गर्नको लागि हामीलाई त्यो छलफल प्रक्रियामा कसरी सहभागिता गराइयो र सहभागिता गराउने प्रक्रिया चाहिँ यहाँले चाहिँ अपनाउनु भयो कि भएन, एउटा। अर्को चाहिँ समग्रमा ड्राफ्ट चाहिँ आयो, त्यसमा समग्रमा आदिवासी जनजातिहरूकै अधिकार चाहिँ सम्बोधन हुने खालको चाहिँ देखिँदैन। त्यसभित्र पनि अपाङ्गताको कुरो कसरी आउँछ, यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो अधिकारको सुनिश्चित कसरी हुन्छ, मेरो प्रश्न। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. He is a Khadga Magar. He is from person with disability, and he have two questions. First of all, is that how you incorporate the participation of the person with disability, also the person with disability from the indigenous community. They have multiple impact by the business community, correct? And second question is, there are lots of agenda of the indigenous people regarding the business in human right, and but NAP do not incorporate those things. So how you address and the final NAP? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Please hold on to the thoughts, and I see hands. Blanket apologies to all. Okay, so one more person, super brief, kindly, and then last.
Hello, my name is Ali. I'm a lawyer, and I represent Sindh Human Rights Defenders Network here. My question to all governments, particularly Pakistan, that when corporations and multinationals, they do business, they mostly violate human rights, and human rights defenders protect them. Have you implemented UN Declaration on Human Rights Defenders in your countries, or have you legislated any domestic law for their protection? Thank you.
Thank you. Last question.
Hello everyone, my name is Shama Vishwakarti, and my question for today is that ever since the conference has started, much things has been get to be heard about effective remedial measures. Very less has been talked about preventive measures, because human rights is not just about remedy, it's also about prevention. So my question is directed towards Honorable Joint Secretary Farindra Gautam, and also to Ms. Fatur, who has already implemented NAP, and we are on the process of implementing NAP. What are the provisions that you have incorporated so that you ensure not just effective remedial, but also the prevention? Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, maybe in 3 minutes, Samadhi, possible.
Yeah, so I'd request the panelists if you can keep your responses brief. Mr. Gautam, maybe you can take the first question and the third question, and then we'll move to Ms. Batul.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Though there is simultaneous translation available, I think I must respond the question, even if it was both in Nepali, right? About this right of persons with disabilities, after becoming a party to the CRPD, Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability, Nepal has come up with a separate law, special law on implementation of the convention. And while formulating this action plan, I have also attended a series of consultation program, and I am quite sure that some representative organizations have been consulted, but I don't sure that all organizations or persons with multiple disabilities have been well consulted, and even their concerns are addressed. So for this point, our delegates from Ministry of Labor is right here. And since the action plan is a draft stage, and it has been in the website for soliciting comments and feedback from the public, I think if there is any room for further improvement, we will be more than happy to accommodate them and to include and finally approve. So I think I responded these questions correctly. About again the multinational, I would like to pass microphone to other colleagues to respond.
Ms., is there any response to any of the questions? Otherwise, we'll conclude with Ms. Batul's response to the human rights defenders. I think just one remark from over there.
Yeah, and as per World Bank's Doing Business Index, now they call it Enabling Business Environment, all these aspects are also addressed in. And also Sustainable Development Goals also addressed all these issues. So it having come from the Justice Ministry, so the main problem that we have not discussed that at this forum, but loss delays. Those aspects are also being addressed. So there are, that's why this continuous dialogue is important, but we have to walk the talk as well. So that's why the governments are there to make regulations, make policies, and to see that they are being implemented. Thank you.
So Ms. Batul, if you have any comments on the question regarding human rights defenders, and if you can keep your remarks to a minute at most. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that you asked about human rights defenders as protective force against corporate abuse. And Ministry of Human Rights is definitely considering introducing a comprehensive policy in this regard. I believe that National Commission for Human Rights had a few years ago drafted guidelines on that, and of course it needs more consultation to become something tangible. And also what you asked about preventive mechanisms, I would say that human rights due diligence is the biggest preventive thing against corporate abuse, and also I would say that in terms of the grievance mechanisms, the non-judicial mechanisms, they need to be strengthened because the formal judiciary, it is always overburdened. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there are many more questions, but we're already several minutes over time. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much to all the panelists, Mr. Gautam, Ms. Pereira, Mr. Haldar, and Ms. Batul for your remarks. For any questions that you may have, if you didn't get the opportunity, please follow up with the panelists individually. Thank you all, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Samad, and the panel. Thank you so very much. Yes, I'm going to request this side of the participants to kindly stay put, and we're going to open this up for us, like this room and that room, to be joined together for our next session. So if I have the supporting colleagues to do that, please, right now. Thank you, panel, and thank you, Samad, again. Very rich discussion. Thank you for all the good questions. Yes, this side of the room will stay put. If you are getting up, I'm assuming you're probably just kind of like a little bit taking, walk or something. We're not going anywhere, please. Yeah, I'm looking for my colleague Amy from UNDP. So everyone, the next session will be Indigenous people's experience with business and human rights cases in South Asia. Very critical and important. We're going to request you to please continue to be here. This is a critical discussion that we need all of your attention on. Yeah. So the barrier is getting broken, so that's a good thing, right? Yes. Thank you. Yes. So there is no barrier anymore. We are joined together for the next session. Uh, yes, if we can request participants at the back of the hall now to please kind of like orient themselves towards this stage now, that'd be great. Thank you.
Is Frederick here?
Frederick, yeah. So I'm going to give it to him only.
Do you know the name?
Yeah, Frederick Wilson.
I'll make some more good photos.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you everyone. Last session of the day. If you could please take your seats. May I have your attention, please? I think we need to tell this. Here, people in the front row next to the stage. Farah, Anisur, could you please take your seats? We're going to start the next session. Amy, you also will have to send the people from outside. Yeah. All right, I think we've had a very, very long day. This is the last session of the day. And I would like to... Attention, please. Hello, 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 everyone. Farah. Farah, can you please take a seat? Sir, please take a seat. Thank you. We promise we're going to take it to keep it to time. So if I could please invite our next moderator for the session. I didn't see Jagat. The session is going to focus on Indigenous peoples, Indigenous peoples' experiences with business and human rights cases in South Asia, and I'm going to hand it over to Jagat Baram, who's from the Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact and would be moderator for the discussion. Thank you, Jagat ji. Up stage लीजिए, आप अपने panel.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. All the participants, welcome to Nepal. And Indigenous peoples' experience with business and human rights cases in South Asia. This is our topic. And now I would like to invite our speakers. Firstly, I would like to invite here Mr. Frederick Wilson from AIPP, and then next Ms. Phalguni Tripura from Bangladesh, Phalguni Tripura, and then next Elena Horo from India, Miss Elena Horo from India, and Durgamani Rai from Nepal. And I would like to invite Miss Pichamon for a special intervention. So please take a seat. Yes. Now time is 16:44. It means we are 14 minutes back or behind. Now in this session, Indigenous peoples, human rights defenders from India, from Bangladesh, and Nepal And Nepal of the Indigenous Peoples Human Rights Defenders Network in Asia will share experiences on the panel. And they will share their cases, selected cases related to business and human rights on the indigenous peoples, and share experience on how to work with cases and provide some recommendations to the forum. So, the objectives, the short objectives of this session are to sharing the selected case of business and human rights on indigenous peoples in South Asian countries, Bangladesh, Nepal, and India. And number two, sharing experiences and good practices from the perspectives of indigenous right holders, lesson learned, gaps, and challenges to strengthen the implementation of human rights due diligence and UNGP in South Asia. And the last objectives is identify the factors for an enabling environment for respecting indigenous peoples' rights and effective implementation of FPIC, Pre-Prior Informed Consent and Safeguard of the indigenous peoples. Now, we have 4 speakers and our special interventor, Ms. Pichaman. And then now I have short introduction now. First, Elena Horo. Elena Horo is the president of Adivasi Women Network, has been contributing as an indigenous women human rights defender from the Jharkhand, India. Yes, this is the short introduction of the Elena. And we have speaker, Mr. Drugamani Rai from Nepal. He is associated with Lahore NIP. Lahore NIP is the Lawyers Association of Nepal, Indigenous Lawyers Association of Nepal. And he is an indigenous MP from the Nepal. And now he contributed many more contributions for the indigenous peoples and indigenous communities. And next, we have our Miss Falguni. Yes, Miss Falguni Tripura is a coordinator of Bangladesh Indigenous Women's Network and a member of Bangladesh Indigenous Peoples Forum. Yes, this is the short introduction of Falguni. And we have energetic, our youth speaker, Mr. Frederick Wilson. He is from Malaysia, but now he is working as a program coordinator of AIPP, Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact, Thailand. And now me, yes, I am Jagat Bara from Nepal, and I am associated with the Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact, AIPP, and the former chairperson and the chief advisor of Nepal Federation of Indigenous Nationalities, NEFIN. So now I have only 10 minutes for each speakers. Yes, then you will finish within 10 minutes. Yeah, yes. And then first, Mr. Wilson. Yes, Mr. Wilson. Now you are the coordinator. Sorry, you are the program coordinator of AIPP, Human Rights Programs, and now you can share your experiences, yes, and then your knowledge for within 10 minutes. Yes, time for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator Jagatji. Kapisanangan, greetings, namaskar to everyone. Once again, thanks to the organizer accommodate the indigenous peoples in this important forum. So now let me briefly share the overall situation of indigenous peoples, particularly the business and human rights in the South Asia. And we would like to share particularly for the 3 countries that we're working closely with, in Bangladesh, India, as well as in Nepal. So now what we want to highlight or flag in this session is that we want to share you our observation in the regional level, as well as in this sub-region, and what is FPIC for us, free, prior, informed, and consent, and also specific testimony cases that we already engaged with the UN working group for the several times, and also what is our recommendation. So in Asia itself, Asia Indigenous People Pact observe and also continuously engage with our indigenous people human rights defenders. And we have see the trends of human rights violation in Asia since 2010. And we also documented about 550 cases of violation to the indigenous peoples in Asia, particularly from 2019 and also last year, 2022. And these cases also even continue during the pandemic situation, COVID-19. And in the course of implementation of business activities, there's related to the indigenous people, land, territory, and resources, indigenous peoples, human rights defenders, often facing multiple form of human rights violation or abuses, to name a few of them. For example, torture, forced disappearance, rape, and also forced cases and arbitrary arrest and killings. These are the type of the cases that we have observed in the region. And this is also often because of funded by the multinational corporation, as well as the business enterprise, the small enterprise, in the coalition with the governments at time. And in the form of development of project, for example, extractive industry, mining, as well as the name of conservation area. And this also violate the respect of indigenous peoples, and also including self-determination, and land, territory, and resources, and right to the free, prior, and informed, and consent. So now, in 2022, in South Asia country, particularly in Bangladesh, India, and Nepal, we have documented last year itself. This is only with our member organization, not even beyond. We have seen it's about 72 human rights violation cases, and a total of 46 cases in Bangladesh, 18 in case in Jharkhand, India, just 18, and in Nepal itself, it's about 8 cases. So this is only with our members. You have seen in Bangladesh, the highest cases we observe is that is more on the attacks, intimidation, arbitrary cases, and also follow with the violation of land, territory, and resources, others, and violence against women. And this is even also raising alarming in this region, in this country. While in India, particularly in the Jharkhand area, we have seen the violence against women is even higher, and followed by land, territory, resources, and environmental issues. And in Nepal itself, we have seen the highest number of criminalization, violation related to the land, territory, and resources, and followed by the environmental issues in Nepal. While talking about free, prior, informed, and consent, and also land, territory, and resources, for us, it is a specific rights for indigenous peoples that pertain to indigenous peoples, and also it's recognized to the UNRIP, or United Nations Declaration Right of Indigenous Peoples, as well as in the ILO Convention 169. Indigenous people occupy land rich in natural resources that available for the business operation. However, you see IP rights to the land, territory, and resources, free, prior, informed, and consent, often not recognized or even not effectively implemented by the business operation in this region, what we have observed. If you see free, prior, informed, and consent related, we have noticed that Nepal country, they have one of the signatory nation of ILO Convention 169, as well as UNRIP. And we would like also to see, even India itself, they voted this UNRIP, as well as ILO 107. And therefore, in Bangladesh, of course, we are aware that you are not party of this UNRIP. However, we would like to emphasize that this instrument setting to the international human rights standard relating to the land, territory, and resources. And particularly in the Article 26 UNRIP, it's asserting the rights of indigenous peoples to their land, territory, and resources, and where they have traditionally owned their area. So now, some of the testimony that we have engaged with the UN Working Group Business and Human Rights. In Bangladesh, we have seen the latest illustration of illegal and land occupation of forcible eviction of the Miru indigenous peoples, and even the construction of luxury tourism complex, 5-star hotel in the land of Juma people and Bandarban district. This is because of the initiative of state actors as well as non-state actors, this in September 2022. And as the result, this construction concerning emanating threats eviction around 155 families, and this because of the absence of consultation and also continuous free prior inform and consent. And many international organizations as well as the expert people and local communities protest and urge to the government and also to ask to review this construction. However, there is not even voice from the state that we have observed, even though several letters that we have proposed. This is including our engagement with the UN Working Group. This, of course, one of the significant cases that we are working closely with this business and human rights issues. And for now, latest information we have received is that, of course, these cases temporarily stop, but there is no official letter as yet. However, this is, we want to see if there is progress of free prior inform and consent. For us, FPIC is not only one consultation, but this should be implemented in all level and even reviewed and reviewed. So in Nepal, what we have seen in Nepal, just one significant cases that we want to bring. Of course, the issue of transmission line. In the Tamakos Kathmandu 200/400 kilowatt of transmission line, this also funded by ADB. And also the issue of World Bank Finance 220 kilowatt. This is also one of the cases that we have seen the violation of free prior inform and consent in their areas. So we will also listen more from our colleague, friends from the Nepal later on, specific to these cases. Well, in India, the recognition of indigenous people rights, it's really in the last 2 decades, we have seen the significant law pertaining to the recognition of indigenous peoples enacted, such as the PESA, or Panchayat Extension to the Schedule Area 1996, as well as the Schedule Area 5 and 6. And this is really show that the right of PESA of indigenous people are really recognized to the ownership of the land by the indigenous people, including the decision-making processes. However, the enforcement of this statute are hampered considerable as its implementation dependable of the Panchayat Raj legislation made in the states. So now, Mr. Moderator, let me conclude my session. I have 3 recommendations here. One for the states and also business enterprise. This is what we want, is we want to ensure the full and effectiveness participation of indigenous peoples for any kind of development for all stages to their land, territory, and resources. Secondly, for the states, we would like to advise to the state so that there is a proper initiative to recognize the right of indigenous people, as well as to endorse the UN RIP. And in the country level, it should be harmonized the national level so that it's not conflict to other international human rights institutions. And also, this is to acknowledge the collective rights, as well as individual rights and self-determination. Last but not least, to this forum, we would like to recommend, as well as to the working groups, please to facilitate the inclusiveness process and also aiming implementation of guiding principles, realization of self-determination, autonomy, mandatory human rights due diligence, as well as free prior inform and consent. And this should be based on the Declaration Right of Indigenous Peoples and Universal Human Rights Standard. Therefore, I would like to thank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frederick, for sharing overall situation of business and human rights cases to indigenous peoples of Bangladesh, Nepal, and India. Now, I would like to request Ms. Falguni Tripura to share the business and human rights and due diligence experience in Bangladesh within 10 minutes.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me a chance to speak about the issue. Ladies and gentlemen, all are welcome in the room. So let's go to my presentation on the selected issue. And there are many business and human rights related cases in Bangladesh, like Sahebganj Bagda Farm in Govindganj, NU Export Processing Zone on Seaport in Indigenous Peoples area, Eco Park in Madhupur, Tangal. But today I will focus on the Lama rubber industries. Before going Lama industries, I will talk about overview of indigenous peoples in Bangladesh a little bit. In Bangladesh, more than 54 indigenous communities in Bangladesh, and total population of IPs is around 16 million, represents 1.1% of the total population. And also, Constitution of Bangladesh does not recognize us as indigenous peoples. Also, 15th Amendment to the Constitution term them as tribes, minor races, ethnic sects, and communities. No specific law addressing the rights of indigenous peoples in Bangladesh. Now, my previous speaker mentioned about the 5-star Marriott hotel. So I'm going to present on Lama rubber industries. This Lama rubber industries case is at the same district in Bandarban. Bandarban Hill district is the most remote and least populated district in Bangladesh. And furthermore, it is very popular with traveler for hiking. On April 26, a company named Lama Rubber Industries Limited set fire to land owned by Langkomro Para, Joyachandra Tripura Para, and Rangenmro Para of Shorai Union in Lama Upazila of Bandarban. In the fire, 10,000 bamboos to sell to market has been burned. As a result, the sources of income and food of indigenous peoples are totally closed. Thus, 40 to 70 families of Tripura and Mro community are starving and passing their days by eating potatoes and leaves from jungle. Actually, this incident started from 2017. And from then, many incidents happen continuously. On 13 July 2020, the gang attacked on Rondojon, Tripura. On 18 August 2020, they attacked the Buddhist monastery and looted the Buddha idols. On September 6, the spring water used by the locals was poisoned by influential people. The gang cut down 300 banana trees of an indigenous farmer on September 24. A 5-member committee was formed by the local administration to resolve the incident. Also, this Lama industries, according to investigation of reliable sources, this company is an illegal company because it continues to operate as a private company without regard to restrictions rules. And now I'm going to highlight good practice and lesson learned from this movement. Few conciliation meetings have been arranged between the community and the local administrations. And also, due to the repeated occurrence of such human rights violations, the people of community they did not receive fund from relief from local administrations. They say that they don't want relief, they want remedy. And also, we need evidence-based advocacy to solve any incidents. And also, community people and indigenous peoples organizations are very active in this case. A series of protests from local to national and international were held. And also, Kapeng Foundation and other like-minded organizations did edit petitions. In the petition, they wanted to know why government is silent in this case. After the incident, Kapeng Foundation submitted a complaint to National Human Rights Commissions, and later National Human Rights Commission visited the spot. And the National Human Rights Commission team said in the press conference, it is burning up houses and agricultural land in Bandarban is definitely a violation of human rights. They advised government to take appropriate step in this case. Also, CST Commission, Chittagong Hill Tax Commission published a press statement. And besides this, 16 prominent citizens issued a joint statement regarding the issue. And also, our print media also very positive, and they published a series report on this issue. Now, I'm going to highlight the following UNGP or FPIC and others rules following or not. This FPIC mechanism is far away from indigenous peoples. State-owned business company never consults with indigenous peoples. And also, three principles of framework, protect, protest, and remedy framework are neglected. Indigenous traditional land management are neglected. Indigenous women always sexually targeted due to land. 2 women were raped in Bandarban this month. Indigenous women are facing various types of violence in my country, and all this happened due to land and aiming of action from this ancestral land. CEDAW committee recommendation after 8th review in 2016 to properly investigate why indigenous women are facing such types of violence. Even in UPR recommendations also like that. And indigenous peoples are evicting in the name of development. They are silently migrated one place to another places. Without indigenous peoples, how the SDG will be implemented in my country? And I can say about a little bit National Action Plan, and UNDP has arranged consultations program for stakeholders, but no actions taken from government side. They are silent. And I have 3 recommendations to the forum working group. So one point is to conduct country visits and issue recommendations to specific states to protect the rights of the indigenous peoples, and business to respect the rights of the indigenous peoples and ensure that due diligence process are followed. And number 2 is to issue recommendations to the states to draft National Action Plan on business and human rights with substantive consultations with every stakeholders, including the indigenous peoples, and adopt and implement the same. To hold dialogue with the business in respecting and preventing human rights abuses, particularly the rights of the indigenous peoples to land, territories, and reservations. And that's all from my side. Thank you for hearing me.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Falguni Tirpura, for your experiences. And I would like to request Ms. Elena Horo for sharing your experiences on BHR cases and impacts on indigenous women in Jharkhand, India.
Johar and namaskar to you all. Thanks for this opportunity to share the case from Jharkhand, India. India, as many of us know, that human rights violations are in extreme level, and in the last 2021, we had records more than 75,000 of cases of human rights violations, which increased in 21 to 22 till February. It was more than 1 lakhs. And we have to mind that these are only the reported cases. So there are many thousands cases will be unreported. So in that backdrop, I start from Jharkhand, that I come from Jharkhand. Jharkhand is formed as a separate tribal Adivasi state in 2000, which was carved out of Bihar. And it's one of the richest mineral zone in the world, and boost of 40% and 29% of India's minerals and coal reserves respectively. And 15th largest state by area, and 14th largest state by population in India. And we have 32 tribal groups in our state. We call it Adivasis, ethnic groups. And population-wise, 27, almost, yeah, 27%. And Jharkhand is known for its richness in minerals, but have poor people, because the region has a history of exploitation of its minerals wealth without giving due regard to harmful impacts on the environment and local communities. So in this backdrop, I will share the human rights violation of Adivasis, the case from Jharkhand. Jharkhand, as we already, we know that's minerally rich, and but indigenous people or Adivasis people seen and treated like an overburden in these areas. Moreover, a contrasting picture of indigenous rights versus natural resources exploited by many mining companies or extractive industries. So special forces deployed here in the pretext of searching for the extremist armed group, and Adivasis have fallen victims too. Among the many anti-Maoist drives by the state, West Simbhum, Chaibasa bore a witness of gross human rights violations. So the area was very well known for Saranda forest, which is the biggest sal forest in Asia. And there was a big Saranda action plan has been launched for mining of iron ore. And besides the devastation of the ecosystem, the human rights abuses by the security forces is a serious case. So in this pretext, like in West Simbhum, the Chaibasa, the case of human rights violation by the, in this backdrop actually in the mining extractive industry, and the impact of that there was 3 big sanctuaries. We call it like the big sanctuaries were with the flora and fauna, with all the animals, wildlife were there, but it was just a minute. So that was the area was later on, just a minute, sorry, was totally devastated, that's natural resources, because of the extractive industries, mining industries came into that areas, and the special forces were there deployed by the different names like Anaconda Battalion, or the CRPF, or Jaguar, like that, those names were there. So these security forces, especially for the protection of the duty, right holders, especially the Adivasi local people, but in practically it happens just opposite to that. And there were illegal mining, like there were many cases, it happened like in the that area in West Simbhum, where most the mine now is known for the mining districts in, as per the report, Bureau of Mines 2010 reports. And in that area, there were many illegal minings worth 200 billion as per the Shah committee report. And there were many small and big mining companies or companies, corporate sectors, they intervene to that areas, like Tata Steel, the SL, USA Martin, Rungta, etc. And they all have violated the rules and regulations of Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act, MMDR Act 1957. So the area, in this backdrop, where they deployed many security forces, and the impact of the human rights violation in the community was very gross violation of human rights violations. And then the village which one of our team from Jharkhand Janadhikar Mahasabha, fact-finding team, they have been to those places. And then that place which is named as Chiria Beda, a hamlet under the Anjat Beda Revenue Village. And there the village people were twice it happened, but in 12th November, the recent one, last year it happened, that in the name of search Abhiyan, CRPF people, they have been to that place and they have beaten people badly, brutally, and even they exploited and then molested a minor girl. So these were the cases, but before that also it happens in June 2020. That time also they have beaten many young and old and women including, and they have like brutally they beaten up, and there were out of 11, there were 3 people were seriously injured, and they complained about that. Their FIR were not lodged, and still that case is followed up, but nothing happened, till now, till today. So the case is very briefly, I'm sharing about that, but that area people are very much in scare, in fear they're living. Recently, last month, they have their cultural festivals, and during that time also they cannot go out of their home, which is like they requested to their district commissioner to get the permission to celebrate their festival. So like that, the camps were established, many camps are established, and those are without their consent. People were still in some areas, they're opposing those camps that they don't want because they're interfering their freedom, and instead of having their more secure life or peaceful life. So here the case the EPIC, free prior informed consent, was very much violated, and also that area, as per the UN RIP, we can say the Articles 6.1 and 7.1 and 15 as their cultural rights was violated. And the PESA, which gives, Wilson already shared about that Panchayat extension to the scheduled areas, that the Act, especially to give the special area under the 5th scheduled areas, gives the special right to Adivasis, is always, almost every time it has violated. And without any consent, they enter to their villages, and those are the things that they always suffer, and they have that. So lastly, few recommendations based on these cases I have, that India still has not ratified ILO 169. Thanks to Nepal that they have, our neighbor country has ratified, but India is still, but 107 has ratified. And the implementation of CEDAW, I didn't talk about much more about women, but women's rights are always violated. So CEDAW has ratified by the government, but it's not implemented properly. So that is also one of the things, and especially the general recommendation 39, especially for indigenous women, should be implemented by the state. And the UN RIP, which is supported by the government, is moral binding, but it's not a legal binding one. But still the implementation of this is we really need. And then PESA and these are also very much need to be implemented with the true spirit. And also, our country has drafted zero draft national action plan, which we really need that in a functional level. And then NHRC is also we need that to be a functional level. And there are also a recommendation for like how these security forces and any agencies which enter to the tribal areas in fifth schedule area should be very much culturally appropriate and sensitive towards the local indigenous peoples, because sometimes they don't speak their language, then it happens that misunderstanding or whatever they say, in that name their rights are more violated. So these are the things. And also the last one, the civil society groups of the country and state should create a forum to watch this issue in line of ADB Watch, and a dedicated chapter of BHR Watch under Human Rights Watch group should be created. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Elina Horo, for your presentation. And Nepal ratified the ILO Convention 169. This is so happy, we are happy, but we are worried also, because Nepal government is not interested to implementation, yeah? And then indigenous peoples are implementing the ILO Convention 169 themselves now in Nepal. Now, I would like to request Mr. Durgamani Rai, associated with Lahore NIP, to share your experiences. The case of 222 kV Marsangdi Corridor transmission line project also, yeah, within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, and respected chairperson of the UN Working Group, distinguished participants and my fellow panelists. Thank you very much for having me. So I am being very brief that as an organization of indigenous lawyers, we have been dealing with number of cases linked to business and human rights, and then the cases relating to power transmission line and hydropower project, park and protected areas, including development aggressions that are happening in the territories of indigenous peoples. Of course, it is said that Nepal is recognized as one of the richest country in the world in terms of water resources, and the government of Nepal has planned to develop hydropower in terms of economic transformation, transformation actually. So international financial institutions, some of them to mention are Asian Development Bank, World Bank, European Investment Bank, and number of bilateral development banks, state itself and the private investors are making massive investment in the power development sectors. But what we have witnessed is that those projects are really getting conflict with the affected communities because they are not really implementing human rights due diligence, and they are not actually respecting the rights of indigenous peoples. Today here I'm going to talk about the case of power transmission line that is in operation in the territories of Gurung indigenous peoples in Lomjung district, right? And then European Investment Bank is actually investing 95 million euro to the Nepal Electricity Authority to develop this power line. So there is no epic, no consultation, no participation of indigenous communities and local communities. They are actually losing their land, losing their forest, they're losing their livelihoods. They're actually, they are experiencing multi-dimensional impact on their lives and livelihood. So because of that, the affected communities are actually struggling with the project for the past 5 years, demanding epic, demanding redress of the harm that are being caused by the maladministration of the project. Right? They are using almost all the grievance handling mechanisms. So I would say the redress mechanisms that are nationally or internationally available, right? And they have also filed the complaint to the complaint mechanisms of the European Investment Bank, and that bank mechanism has investigated the project, that they have found series and series of human rights violation and violation of their own social and environmental safeguards. right? And then investigation report has clearly recommended that to stop the project financing until and unless the violations are addressed. And they really need to carry out epic process, and they really need to ensure the participation of affected communities in the compensation determination process, and they have to update their corrective social and environmental action plan when it comes to human rights due diligence, right? And those sort of things are actually happening, but the recommendation of the conclusion report is not getting implemented now. So when we talk about EPIC, we're going to talk with the NEA, Nepal Electricity Authority, even with the bank services, that they are not really willing to go with the EPIC process, right? Despite the fact that Nepal is a party to ILO Convention 169 and UN Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples, despite the fact that this EPIC is clearly recognized by the operational policy of the European Investment Bank, right? And even we look at the constitution of Nepal that ensures the participation of indigenous peoples in decision-making process. So it is really, we are shocked that why NEA and the bank, people are really feeling hard attack actually when it comes to prior and informed consent. So in this particular case, that what I would like to recommend is that they really need to implement this conclusion report, what we call it investigation report, and just to conclude by saying that Nepal is really maybe secures top position, ratifying the international treaty laws, but it is really disappointing when it comes to implementation, right? So that it is good thing that Nepal government is coming with national action plan, but that really need to incorporate the indigenous people's right, particularly epic and land territories and resources. And then they really, it is not that, beyond that, Nepal government should bring the mandatory human rights due diligence legislation to holding corporate sectors accountable to human rights, and then they really need to recognize indigenous people's right to land territories and resources, including pre-prime informed consent and right self-determined development. I think I should stop now. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Durgamari Rai, for your and then now I'm coming with audience. We will take only 4 questions for our speakers. Only 4 questions because we have very limited time. So raise your hands and yes, we have microphone. We have microphone.
Yep. Thank you so much, panelists, and I adore and respect the work you do. And I'm Bhanu Tapak. I'm from Arunachal Pradesh. It's India and China border in India. We are Indians, in fact. I think my question goes to all of you, but mostly to Madam Boro. So in the Northeast, like where I come from, in our region, we have OPSPA, and we have NSA, National Security Act. A lot of, in fact, we oppose hydropower in our region. And a lot of our seniors have been booked under OPSPA and NSA before, just because they were voicing their concerns. But apart from that, we also have FRA and PESA, right? Like, these are all like these are all passed by the parliament. So my question is, how is one act like more effective than the other? And how can we make it, how can we maybe like bring out more legislative reforms or parliamentary reforms that are effective on the ground? Like really. And yeah. So I can give an example that recently in my state, our assembly, the state assembly had passed a bill. It's Drinking Water Catchment Protection Act, which is 2023. And I'm sure it will bring a lot of positive changes. But we work very hard for that. Like it has to be a ground to top approach than a top to bottom approach. So how can we, as indigenous like CBOs, pressure groups, like bring out better legislative and parliamentary reforms that is more effective on grassroots? This is for you, Ms. Boro.
Thank you, thank you. Any response, Ms. Elena?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. So, for us, like in India, it's really the present situation as we have about the human rights violations. And in that context, if we have to think about what the reforms is possible, and also like constitutional values are not very much respected in that present situation. I think those are like to have our what are the rights given under constitutions. I think those rights are also not implemented or violated. So I think we really need to protect those rights first, and to respect those rights, and our duty bearer has to be accountable for that, and we as a civil society organizations and all to have that kind of dialogue with the government to be more accountable, that our duty bearers. And also right holders, they have also right, and their rights should be recognized as legally. These are legally we have to affirm or claim. So both way we have to do, our right bearers and duty bearers and right holders.
Thank you, thank you. And one more question from here.
My question is for Falguni Tripura. So I think the indigenous people or the primitive people or Adivasi people in Chittagong Hill Tracts, they are living under the Chittagong Hill Tracts Act, and they are living peacefully. And the people of Chittagong Hill Tracts, that means indigenous peoples, they are not migrating silently in the different parts of our country. They may be migrating to Australia or America. This is the different case, different scenario of total Bangladesh. So how could you say? I have a great reservation of your speech. Please rectify or clarify.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Who are migrating to Australia? It's a no. Huh? Yeah. Only few people who are educated, they are migrating. But I think we don't know the situation, ground situation on from plain land. And Santal people, Munda people, and many indigenous, and even Khashi people, they are migrating silently. Yeah, Bengali people also. Thank you for your questions.
Yes, thank you. I will take only two more, okay?
One, I'm here.
One is from back.
Yeah. My question is for Durga Mani Rai. So just he told us about the hydropower project which is undergoing in Lamjung. But my question is for you is, it took almost 10 years to get fund from European Union. It's 900 million euros. And it took only few months for you to stop that construction work. And my question is, there is destruction for development. Without destruction, there is no development. And in this construction project, the benefits is not only for the community or only for the Lamjung. This benefits was like projected for not only for Nepal, for also the all countries which are connected with the grid to Nepal. So, Durga Mani Rai, my question for you is, in the name of indigenous community, you brought the name that the community for stopping this development. Please, can you specify what were the regions that you rise to stop this project? Thank you.
I think, thank you very much for your question. I really appreciate that. So what we have to understand is that if we are talking about right-based development, then you really need to respect the people's right. You can't see that. The lots of people are getting disappointed. They're losing their land. They're losing their forest. You have environmental law, and then why are not implementing this environmental law? That you really need to implement these laws and everything. People are not against the development. We want development. We indigenous peoples want the development. But why are you imposing the development? Why are you denying our participants? You know, so so development, the people's participation, compensation, and benefit needs to be provided to the affected community. So this is the constitutional provision. So you are taking money from the European Investment Bank, and you really need to see what is written in the policies of the European Bank. You really need to comply with. If you are not going to comply it, then you are doing very, very, very wrong things, and you are the anti-development, and you don't respect the rights of peoples and indigenous peoples in the name of development. Thank you very much. I'm really frustrated your questions.
Okay, from back. Yes.
Hello. Thank you. I was expecting to listen from our UN business group, members. I think you have still time for a speech, but here I have one question. My concern is also very much related with indigenous peoples. As Baram sir told, yeah, Nepal has ratified many policies and also many, like UNDRIP and even all. But the concern is how the policies and their implementation and how it has been affected. As we just see one moment ago, how the state bearer think about the indigenous peoples. It's the development for only for the state bearer, not for the stateless indigenous peoples. Where are they? Aren't they the human? The second thing is, the state bearer just think indigenous as a custodian of environment only, but they don't respect their cultural diversity, their sovereignty, their political sovereignty, economic differences, and their socio-cultural knowledge system. Here, when we talk about business, almost 37% of the indigenous peoples of Nepal covers much of the space. It's their land, it's their customary land. But in the name of development and in the name of policies, we are signing day by day and implementing or building policies in Nepal. But we are here concerned about how it's going to be implemented. My question will be, I don't know. My question will be to our UN delegates. How you gonna implement your policy here? We are not here against the policy, but we want to see the effective implementation of the policy. Because here, policy doesn't matter, but the implementation matters much to the indigenous peoples of Nepal. Thank you.
We have many more hands, yeah, but I have no time. Okay, 30 seconds, okay? Yes, Mike from backside.
जोजोलापा नमस्ते मेरो नाम महेश्वर मानन्दर घर बालाजु बाइपास म काठमाडौँको रैथाने नेवा है पछिल्लो समयमा काठमाडौँमा सडक विस्तारको नाममा विकासको नाममा घरहरू भत्काइँदैछ यो विशुद्ध विकास र सडक विस्तार र विकासको नाममा विशुद्ध बिजनेस नै हो नेपाल सरकारले गरिरहेको यो बिजनेस नै हो र यो बिजनेस गरिरहँदा यहाँका रैथाने आदिवासीहरूको मानव अधिकार ह्युमन राइट्सहरू खुसिँदैछ गलत अत्याइँदैछ ह्युमन राइट्सलाई हामी नेवाहरूको आदिवासीहरूको र यसो गरिरहँदाखेरि हाम्रो 70 सालमा 39वटा बाइपासमा घर भत्कायो र त्यो घर भत्काउँदाखेरि त्यसको पीडामा 6-7 जना हाम्रा साथीहरूले मृत्युवरण गर्नु पुग्यो त्यो मृत्युवरण गर्दाखेरि त्यसको ह्युमन राइट्स कहाँ गए र यसरी भइरहँदाखेरि मैले नेपाल आदिवासी जनजाति महासङ्घ जगत बराम भन्ने मान्छेलाई पनि मैले यो समस्याहरू राखेको थिएँ तर आजसम्म केही सल्भ भएको छैन र नेपाल सरकारले यो प्रकारको बिजनेस गरिरहँदा हाम्रो ह्युमन राइट्स कहिले पाउने हो सारा 77 जिल्लाका मान्छेहरू यहाँ शरण पाइरहँदा काठमाडौँमा शरण पाइरहँदा हामी चाहिँ यहीँबाट चाहिँ नि शरणार्थी भइरहेका छौँ अहिले हामी घरविहीन भइरहेका छौँ यो आवाज कसले उठाइदिने किनभने नेपाल सरकारबाट हामी कुनै आशै रहेन अब त्यसकारण म यहाँ आएर यो UN साउथ एसिया फोरममा यो म राख्न बाध्य भएँ किनभने नेपाल सरकारबाट अब मलाई विश्वासै हराउन थालिसक्यो नेपालको सर्वोच्च अदालतबाट पनि मलाई विश्वास हराउन थालिसक्यो त्यसकारण UN साउथ एसियाका फोरमका प्रतिनिधि साथीहरूले यी कुराहरू ठाउँमा लगिदिनु पर्यो र यो विकास यो जुन बिजनेस भइरहेछ विकासको बिजनेस यो भनेको नेपाल सरकारको आफ्नो पैसाले गर्ने हैसियत छैन उसको उसले त विदेशी पैसाबाट ल्याउने पैसाबाट ल्याएर त्यो काम गरिरहेको छ र तपाईहरूले ती जो स्रोतदाताहरू छन् तिनीहरूलाई त्यो रोका गरिदिनु पर्यो र UN र UN का ब्रान्च जति छन् ती ब्रान्चहरूले जति यो विकासको नाममा दिइरहेका छन् यो सुविधाहरू सेवा सुविधाहरू तीहरू रोकिदिनु पर्यो हामी यहाँका आदिवासीहरू न त सकिने भयो धन्यवाद
Can you translate in summary, Vidyaji, or very
He says that he is one of the victim of Balaju bypass illegal road expansion. 39 houses were totally demolished in the name of development without a single penny in compensation. And 8-9 elderly people, they died in the grief, they died in the grief of, they lost their house and they didn't have anywhere to go. So now they are living living in a rental house. And the very painful story is that, like some of the older women, our grandmothers, they had to live in sheltered houses. And Mysore is one of the victim who, in 2015. He was one of the richest one. Now he's like a beggar. He doesn't have anywhere to go. So he wants that UN chain mechanism or whatever we have. He demands justice, and he doesn't. And we personally we don't believe and we don't have faith in the Supreme Court of Nepal and the Constitution of Nepal, because the Supreme Court of Nepal made already landmark decision that. All the victims must get compensation, but no fair compensation or no single compensation has been made yet, and people are facing the forced eviction. And this is a genocide. We lost our culture, heritage, and everything to the development. So development for whom? This is the very big question he wants to raise, and we want justice, and today we are here as a team that we get justice from UN. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your question, recommendation, and suggestion. And now we don't have more time, so I would like to request Ms. Pichamon Yopang Thom, the chairperson of United Nations Working Group on Business and Human Rights, for your special intervention.
Thank you very much for that. I understand I have 1 minute. Before the session closes, so I will be brief because I think already a lot has been exchanged, and clearly we cannot go through all of the issues, all of the questions, all of the challenges that Indigenous peoples face over the course of just 1.5 hours. So I very much hope that this conversation will continue. We might not always agree, but I think it is extremely important that these dialogue channels are kept open. that exchanges remain constructive, and that we aspire towards learning from each other and not shutting down discourses or opinions of others. With that, I wanted to go to the question that was raised about destruction being necessary for development, or that destruction can lead to development. I can see where you're coming from. I've spoken to, CEOs of extractive companies before, and one in particular said to me, look, if you want development, we have to take down the forest. We have to cut a road across it. Otherwise, the community is never going to be able to access that road. All right, that was their justification of what they were doing. But as has already been pointed out, that is extremely problematic. And it's extremely problematic because development should not be caused by destruction, and it should not cause destruction. Development should mean freedom. It should mean respecting people's human rights. It should mean respecting their human dignity. And again, this is at the core of what the UN Guiding Principles represent. They represent the acknowledgement that irrespective of the creed, the nationality, the religion, the ethnicity that you hold, you are entitled to those rights. The state is responsible for ensuring that your rights are being protected, and businesses also have a responsibility to ensure that your rights are being respected as well. So I think I'm not Indigenous, needless to say, but I know enough Indigenous peoples. I've exchanged enough with colleagues here as well to know that Indigenous peoples, the people that you've been hearing from today, they are not anti-development. What they want is, as has already been said, free, prior, and informed consent. And I don't think that's something that's too big of an ask, considering that these mega development projects stand to change their lives as well as their livelihoods irrevocably, right? And indeed, for each and every one of us in this room, if something life-changing is going to happen to us, we probably would want to be informed, and we would want our consent to be solicited as well, in a way that is free from duress and free from external pressure. So I think it's important for us to highlight here that when it comes to free, prior, and informed consent, these are principles that are also in line with the UN Guiding Principles. And so it is incredibly important if, for those businesses out there that are seeking a social license to operate, you cannot have a social license to operate based on coercion or based on poor information that you've provided to a community. They have a right to express their dissatisfaction and their discontent, but what is more important is ensuring that the path forward is one that is forged by genuine dialogue and a genuine desire to learn, to improve, and to also ensure inclusivity. So I know that already I am way beyond 1 minute, but I just wanted to put it out there that you don't have to be an Indigenous person to stand up for Indigenous rights. I think all of us at some stage, we've gone through that particular point in our lives where we want other people to understand what we're going through. We want human empathy. And what I really respect and admire about the South Asian context, about the traditions that each of you hold dear, is the fact that you do value community, you do value human rights. So let's just ensure that that is extended to all sectors, everyone in the society that you live in, within the moral community that you live in as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Pichamon. And then Mr. Durga, anything left to say, or 1 minute?
Thank you very much. Again, I should say, you cannot destroy our territories in the name of development, all right? This is pretty much clear. And second thing is that should not be so racist, because you really need to respect our right, Indigenous people's right. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Elena, something you have?
Yeah, I would like to emphasize that the free, prior, informed consent, that rights should be respected by the duty bearers for the right holders.
Falguni?
Just one sentence. Business company should care more about people than profit. Thank you.
Yeah. And Parik, you have something?
Yes, thank you. We indigenous peoples, we have our special rights. We are not minorities. We have enshrined our rights in the UN RIP as well as in the UN Guiding Principles. Therefore, we would like to walk the talk. We have a few good examples of policies. Therefore, mostly we have experience in terms of implementation. Let's do and ensure the better implementation for the better our life. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, our speakers, as well as Ms. Pisamon. Yeah, and thank you, audience, for your questions. And now, this session is organized by Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact, AIPP, and then next, Indigenous Peoples Human Rights Defenders, IPHRD Network, and then Lahore Nip Nepal, and Kaping Foundation Bangladesh, and Adivasi Women Network India. These are the organizer of this session. And finally, I would like to say thank you very much for organizer because you give this opportunity to raise our voices, to raise our issues, and to give the opportunities for this session. Thank you very much.
All right, I see that everybody is in the rush today, but just 30 last seconds if I could take. I think great session because, we started in the morning to say paper to practice. I think Pichamon really set the tone, and then we just heard about walking the talk. I just briefly wanted to mention tomorrow's program. We do have plenaries on migration, on just transitions. Sorry, there are going to be interesting sessions on mandatory human rights due diligence, global supply chains, informal workers. So we do hope to see you. Please be here by 9 o'clock. We're going to start tomorrow at 9. And thank you very much for being here.
Yeah. Thank you.